Warrior Lore. Chapter 2689. The Shimming Saintess led the black demon warriors and swept through the entire celestial emperor palace. Very soon, all those who were loyal to the primordial heavenly emperor were killed. The Shimming sect did not expend much effort to occupy the entire celestial emperor palace. Even the Shimming Saintess and the others were surprised. They thought that they would face fierce resistance. Rumble. Just as the Shimming Saintess occupied the celestial emperor palace, celestial city on the ground suddenly shook. A powerful sword intent erupted, and an incomparably huge silhouette appeared in the sky above celestial city. What's happening? The Shimming Saintess and the others in the celestial emperor palace were extremely shocked. It was a vague silhouette, but the aura it emitted made even the saints palpitate. Countless people frantically escaped from Celestial City. Some of them couldn't escape in time and were directly killed by the sword light emitted from the city. This sword intent, the Shimming Saintess couldn't help but be extremely shocked. An unimaginable change had happened in Celestial City. Gu Fei and Shaoqing seemed to still be in the city. Could it be them? The Shimming Saintess was shocked. At this moment, the silhouette in the sky above Celestial City gradually became clearer. It stood in the void just like that, but it was like a supreme being had appeared in the world. It's just a sword intent. How can it be so powerful? The Black Tiger Taoist and the other saints felt their souls trembling. The aura emitted by this silhouette frightened them to the extreme. It was as if a peerless divine sword was pressed against their throats. Those with weaker cultivations were already extremely frightened. They collapsed on the ground and couldn't even stand up. However, at this moment, Gu Fei encountered a great danger. The sword intent that erupted from the stone carving was unprecedentedly powerful. This sword intent actually wanted to invade his body. If this sword intent succeeded in seizing his body, he would become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill and become a peerless sword demon. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared furiously. An incomparably sharp sword light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. The stone carving in his hand had already become dim and lusterless. Its surface was densely covered with cracks, as if it would shatter if he exerted more force. The sword intent on the stone inscription had already invaded Gu Fei's body. Preposterous! No matter who you are, you can't suppress me. My heart is invincible. Gu Fei roared in anger. His expression was malevolent as he contended against the sword intent in his body. Even if it was the sword intent left behind by a supreme being, it wouldn't be able to destroy his will. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from within Gu Fei's body. His bones and tendons vibrated and let out thunderous sounds. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body and sealed him. A holy venerate level martial body and a holy venerate level primal chaos Tao pattern. When these two powers fused together, it was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. However, even so, Gu Fei's martial body still emitted bloodlight from time to time. It was pierced by the sword intent, causing blood to splatter and stain the soil beneath his feet. This was the blood of a holy venerate. Moreover, it was the blood of a martial Tao holy venerate. It contained an enormous amount of essence qi. Every drop was comparable to a divine medicine. If an ordinary cultivator could refine a drop of blood essence, their cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's blood essence was constantly flowing out. To an ordinary cultivator, it was definitely a waste. This was all precious blood. I don't believe that I can't suppress a mere sword intent. Gu Fei was determined. With a thought, a black saber immediately rushed out from his body and floated above his head. A peerlessly violent and ferocious aura immediately spread out from the black saber. Roar! A dragon's roar seemed to resound in the void. The shadow of a huge dragon emerged from the black saber and let out a long roar towards the sky. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the peerless azure dragon saber. Under the impact of the invincible sword intent, the deity within the azure dragon saber actually showed signs of awakening. As soon as the peerless azure dragon saber appeared, the incomparably huge silhouette standing in the sky above Celestial City immediately became dim, as if it could disappear at any time. Roar! The black dragon soared into the sky and directly minced the illusory silhouette into pieces. Then, it let out a long roar towards the sky with unparalleled ferocity. In terms of ferocity, there were really not many creatures that could compare to the primordial azure dragon. The primordial azure dragon was a peerless, ferocious dragon. That sword intent seemed to have its own consciousness. It actually restrained itself and hid within Gu Fei's body. However, the deity within the peerless azure dragon saber did not intend to let go of this sword intent. The huge dragon immediately swooped down from the sky and entered Gu Fei's body. Crap! Gu Fei was startled. He exerted force with his right hand and actually crushed the ancient stone inscription into dust. However, the most terrifying thing did not happen. The shadow of the dragon directly passed through his body and actually destroyed the consciousness of the sword intent that had just formed. Then, the peerless azure dragon saber turned into a black light and entered Gu Fei's body. At this time, Gu Fei was like a statue. He stood there motionlessly. After the peerless azure dragon saber destroyed the consciousness of the sword intent, a lot of things appeared in his mind. 9 heaven-punishing swords. Gu Fei was incomparably excited. The 9 sword scars on the stone inscription were actually 9 kinds of invincible sword intent. They were called the 9 heaven-punishing swords. Every one of them had the power to destroy the world. He felt that the sword intent of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was somewhat similar to the soaring immortal sword of the primordial heavenly emperor. However, these 9 sword intents were even more mysterious and unfathomable than the soaring immortal sword of the primordial heavenly emperor. Haha, Gu Fei was incomparably excited. The sword Tao of the primordial heavenly emperor was nothing in his eyes. The sword intent of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was definitely at the supreme level. Even if the true body of the primordial heavenly emperor came, Gu Fei was still confident that he could slay him with his sword. Of course, this was only Gu Fei's self-confidence. The true body of the primordial heavenly emperor was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew how powerful his true body was. At this time, the incomparably terrifying sword intent disappeared completely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother, are you all right? Xiaoqing rushed over from afar. He had been forced to retreat by the sword intent emanating from the stone inscription. Haha, how could anything happen to me? Gu Fei laughed heartily. Come, let's work together to open the treasury and see what's inside. Gu Fei hugged Xiaoqing tightly before letting him go. Big brother, where's the stone inscription? Xiaoqing discovered that the stone inscription containing the peerless sword intent had disappeared. It's under your feet. Gu Fei pointed to the pile of dust under Xiaoqing's feet. What? This? Xiaoqing looked down and was shocked. The ancient stone inscription had actually turned into dust. How was this possible? It was too unbelievable. It must be known that from the aura emanating from the stone inscription, Xiaoqing knew that it had existed for countless years and hadn't been destroyed by the passage of time. All right, let's open the treasury first. Gu Fei waved his right hand. A sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and slashed at the door of the treasury. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the treasury was immediately split in half by the sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out. A cloud of dust filled the air. After the dust settled, an entrance appeared in front of the two. A wave of spiritual energy spread out from the entrance. Colorful spiritual lights rushed out, illuminating the entire sky. At this time, it was the darkest time of the night, the time before the sun rose. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded and walked in. Then, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. The treasury was filled with spiritual lights, and divine materials and medicines were simply placed on the wooden shelves. A 10,000-year-old Chinese knotweed in human form, chaos spirit stones from outer space, and purple blood divine jade. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. These things weren't common goods that could be found anywhere. These were all rare divine medicines and divine materials. Taking any divine material out of the treasury would probably cause a commotion. I've struck gold. After entering, Xiaoqing was also stunned by what he saw. The treasury was huge and was engraved with immortal Tao runes. There were rows of shelves filled with divine materials and divine medicines. These items should have been collected by the primordial heavenly the Arch. Now that the treasury of the primordial heavenly the Arch had been destroyed, the primordial heavenly the Arch would probably vomit blood in anger when he returned. But at this time, the true body of the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he wouldn't show up even if Gu Fei and the others razed his lair to the ground. "I'll give this treasury to you." Gu Fei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and said, "Big brother, are you serious?" Xiaoqing was extremely excited. Even he couldn't estimate the value of such a treasury. However, he knew that some divine materials were priceless. "Of course, I don't need these things," Gu Fei said. He had obtained countless divine materials and divine medicines. Although the items in this treasury were rare, and some had already gone extinct in the mortal realm, they were still extremely rare. However, Gu Fei felt that the value of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was comparable to this treasury. One should know that it was the sovereign sword Dao. "Thank you, big brother," Xiaoqing hurriedly said. "There's no need to thank me between you and me." Gu Fei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and walked out of the treasury. Arriving at the plaza of the celestial city, he raised his head and smiled. Those fellows weren't slow at all. They took over the celestial palace so quickly. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the celestial palace in the sky. "Who's there?" someone shouted as soon as Gu Fei appeared. Then, a silhouette flickered and a group of black fiend soldiers surrounded him. "Stand down." The shimming saintess walked out at this time and berated the black fiend soldiers. The black fiend soldiers immediately dispersed and retreated to the side. "Brother Gu, I hope you won't take offense." Chapter 2690. Although the Sky Emperor Palace had been conquered by the Black Demon soldiers, led by the Xianming Holy Maiden, some of the important places in the Sky Emperor Palace were protected by Holy Venerate array formations. The Xianming Holy Maiden and the others would not be able to break through them in a short time. To some extent, the Celestial Palace in the sky was even more important than the Celestial City on the ground. That was the true residence of the Celestial Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was built on the peak of a divine mountain that floated high in the sky. With this divine mountain as the leader, there were 8 smaller divine mountains floating in the void around it. The 9 sacred mountains formed a large array formation that protected the Sky Emperor Palace. Of course, the large array formation had already been destroyed by the mysterious underworld Saintess and the others. When Gu Fei arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the mysterious underworld Saintess quickly came out to welcome him. "You guys sure are fast." Gu Fei looked around and said. In the huge Heavenly Emperor Palace, scarlet blood stains could be seen everywhere. Broken weapons were scattered all over the ground. What used to be a holy land had now become a sure hell. No one had expected that the Heavenly Emperor Palace would be breached. Everyone watching the battle was shocked to the extreme. However, what puzzled them was that the true body of the primordial Heavenly the Arch had yet to appear. Even Gu Fei had to admire the primordial celestial the Arch for being able to keep his composure even after his lair had been destroyed. "If it wasn't for you, Brother Gu, there wouldn't be a day where our Xianming sect could rise again," the Xianming Saintess said seriously. If it hadn't been for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have had the chance to make a comeback even if they waited for thousands of years. One had to know that the power of the primordial Heavenly Emperor was too enormous. Apart from the primordial Heavenly Emperor, there were actually 2 other Heavenly Venerables guarding Celestial City and the Heavenly Emperor Palace. If it weren't for Gu Fei and Yuan Hong fighting against the 2 Saint Venerables, any one of them could have wiped out the remaining forces of the Xianming sect. "I'm not helping you. I also have some enmity with that old man Yuan Gu. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was breached by you guys, but the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was not breached by you guys. How about this? I'll break the treasury and we'll split the treasures in half." Gu Fei said. "I'll leave everything up to Brother Gu," the mysterious underworld Saintess said without hesitation. Gu Fei's power had already exceeded her expectations. Even if she hadn't led the mysterious underworld sect's black demon soldiers to attack the Sky Emperor Palace, given Gu Fei's cultivation base and combat strength, he would definitely have been able to attack the Sky Emperor Palace.
Yes.
Gu Fei nodded and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. There was an aura of decay and death coming from there. Elder Yin Kuan was using the yellow spring water to corrode the grand formation outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury, trying to break it open. Elder Yin, you may leave for now. When Gu Fei and the Shimming Saintess arrived, the Shimming Saintess immediately ordered Elder Yin Kuan.
Yes.
Elder Yin Kuan put away the underworld gourd, and the terrifying aura of decay and death immediately disappeared. He held the underworld gourd and retreated to the side. The formation outside the treasury was at the Holy Venerate level, so it should have been created by the ancient Celestial Emperor. The ancient Celestial Emperor was very suspicious, so he naturally had to set up such an important place himself. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, activating the secret word of Wu. The power of the secret word of Wu immediately surged out from his hand and shrouded the great formation in front of him.
Buzz.
The void trembled and a layer of Immortal Path divine light appeared in the void in front of him. Immortal Path runes circulated and intertwined on the layer of Immortal Path divine light. An incomparably powerful Immortal Path aura surged forward, but it was blocked by Gu Fei. In the next moment, a scene that shocked the mysterious underworld saintess and the others appeared. The immortal light that Elder Yin Kuan had tried so hard to break quickly dimmed and disappeared into the void, as if it had never been there. This, Yin Kuan and Black Tiger Taoist glanced at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Gu Fei was really too heaven-defying. They were in awe of Gu Fei, so they couldn't help but be cautious in front of Gu Fei. The Great Elder was really unlucky to have offended such an existence. Being crippled was the result of him being blind. Black Tiger Taoist and Yin Kuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when they thought about the Great Elder's fate. However, after the layer of immortal light was destroyed by Gu Fei, another layer of immortal light emerged. This layer of immortal light was different from the previous one. When this layer of immortal light emerged, it emitted a sonorous sound. The Immortal Path runes on the immortal light rapidly evolved and turned into a dazzling sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei and the others. It was as if thousands of heavenly swords had been unsheathed at the same time. It was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the Shimming Saintess and the others were startled. This was a holy venerable level sword light. Each one of them could cut them into pieces. The Shimming Saintess and the others subconsciously retreated when they saw the eruption of the sword light. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei's right hand was like a bottomless black hole, sucking in all of the sword lights, causing them to disappear into his hand. The power of the secret word of nothing erupted in Gu Fei's hand and dissolved everything. Even the sword Dao formation that the primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted in the void was also destroyed. This was the power of the secret word of nothing. No matter how heaven-defying your runes were, they would still be turned into nothingness. Not even ashes would be left behind. They would completely disappear from this world. Another layer of formation was broken. However, after the sword formation was broken, another layer of formation was activated. This formation was even more powerful than the sword formation and was also an offensive formation.
Buzz.
The immortal runes revolved and a pitch-black hole appeared in the void in front of everyone. A heaven-devouring power surged out of the black hole and actually pulled the Shimming Saintess and the others behind Gu Fei into the black hole. Oomph! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched. The powerful force shook the black hole and the heaven-devouring power that surged out of the black hole immediately weakened. The Shimming Saintess and the others hurriedly retreated. Black Tiger Taoist and Yin Kuan were already pale with fear. The Shimming Saintess' face was covered, but her eyes were also filled with fear. They had underestimated the Heavenly Emperor Palace. This was the residence of a holy, venerable level celestial emperor. Some places were protected by formations and couldn't go anywhere. Elder Yin Kuan was even more frightened. Fortunately, the first layer of formation was not an offensive formation. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Gu Fei made a decisive move and directly used absolute power to disperse the black hole in front of him. Then, he continued to break the formation. Chapter 2691. The final seal of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury was incomparably powerful, but it was still broken by Gu Fei. It had to be said that the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was much larger than the treasury of the Celestial Emperor City. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he entered the treasury. The treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was filled with rare divine materials, including the Phoenix Stone and the precious Sun Elixir. The Phoenix Stone wasn't a real stone, but something similar to a Buddhist relic left behind by the ancient divine beast, the Phoenix, after it underwent nirvana. This kind of thing was rare since ancient times, so it wasn't easy to find one. However, there was actually a fist-sized Phoenix Stone in the treasury. This was a good item. The Phoenix was a divine beast of the fire element, so this Phoenix Stone would be of great benefit to Gu Ling. Gu Fei didn't think twice before putting it away. The precious Sun Elixir was also a rare divine material. It was a kind of precious liquid derived from the core of the sun, and it was also a precious liquid of the fire element. It could be used to temper the physical body and change the physique of a cultivator. Gu Fei also put away the precious Sun Elixir. He wandered around the huge treasure vault and took away the divine materials he needed. The Xianming Saintess and the others, who were following behind him, felt their hearts ache when they saw this. However, they knew that if it wasn't for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have been able to break the seal of the treasury and enter it. The Xianming Saintess and the others didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there were rays of golden light floating in a corner of the treasury. They were golden holy swords. Every single one of the swords was sharp and radiating with golden light. He counted them carefully and found that there were 108 golden swords. Moreover, they weren't floating in the void in a disorderly manner. A sword formation. Gu Fei immediately noticed that these 108 golden sacred swords were arranged in different directions to form a sword formation. 108 divine swords forming a sword formation shocked the Xianming Saintess and the others. It was hard to imagine that someone had spent so much effort to set up such a sword formation. One had to know that it was not so easy to refine 108 golden light swords. These were all saint-rank divine swords. This must be the masterpiece of an ancient sword saint, Gu Fei guessed. Then, he put away the sword formation. The mysterious underworld saintess and the others were also envious of this sword formation. However, they did not dare say anything and could only watch as Gu Fei took away the 108 golden swords. Although there were many divine materials and sacred weapons in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury, there weren't many that caught Gu Fei's attention and were taken away. He only took a dozen divine materials and sacred artifacts before leaving the rest for the Xianming Saintess and the others. This surprised and delighted the Xianming Saintess and the others. They had never imagined that Gu Fei would be so generous as to give them the rest of the divine materials and sacred artifacts. With these divine materials and sacred artifacts, the strength of the mysterious underworld sect would definitely increase greatly. Even if the remnants of the primordial Heavenly the Arch wanted to counterattack, the mysterious underworld sect would at least be able to protect themselves. They might even be able to kill all the invading enemies. The mysterious underworld sect would then have the confidence to unify the Eastern Territory. Gu Fei's ambitions weren't in the Eastern Territory, but the mysterious underworld sect was still facing a great threat. Although they had conquered the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the mysterious underworld sect would face a tragic end once the primordial Heavenly the Arch returned. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could handle. He didn't want to either. He wasn't the guardian of the mysterious underworld sect, so he had no obligation to do anything for the mysterious underworld sect. They're still fighting. Gu Fei left the Heavenly Emperor Palace and suddenly looked into the distance. A moment later, he disappeared into the void. Boom! Bam! In the depths of a mountain range 10,000 miles away from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, two silhouettes were moving at high speed. They were engaged in an intense battle. Terrifying heavenly venerate aura spread in all directions. The golden spirituality ape Yuan Hong was fighting against the ancient immortal. The ancient immortal was definitely a terrifying and powerful ancient war immortal. His cultivation base and combat strength weren't something an ordinary immortal Venerable could compare to. However, the Golden Spirit Ape Race was also a famous battle race that had been established since ancient times. Yuan Hong and this Gu Zhanxian could be said to be at loggerheads. Roar! Yuan Hong roared in rage. The golden cudgel in his hands swept out, and the ferocious force of the cudgel caused Gu Zhanxian to be flung through the air. Boom! A mountain peak was smashed apart. The mountain range was in chaos. Smoke and dust billowed. Kill! A loud shout was heard from the smoke. A silhouette rushed out and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Hong. A battle spear pierced through the void, aiming at Yuan Hong's glabella. Clang! Yuan Hong swept the golden rod in his hand, sweeping the battle spear to the side. Swoosh! At this moment, 9 rays of immortal light rushed out from Gu Zhanxian's body, turning into supreme sword shadows that slashed towards Yuan Hong. Each sword shadow emitted terrifying sword chi. In a close combat situation, the 9 sword shadows that rushed out from Gu Zhanxian's body were extremely fast. All of them slashed onto Yuan Hong's body. However, something unexpected happened. The 9 sword shadows that were comparable to sacred swords were all shattered when they slashed onto Yuan Hong's body. A battle robe that was completely woven from runes appeared on Yuan Hong's body. The 9 sword shadows could not break through this battle robe and were shattered in the air by the vast power of the great path that emanated from the battle robe. The sacred robe of the Golden Spirituality Ape Race. Gu Zhanxian was shocked. At this moment, Yuan Hong's fist had already landed on Gu Zhanxian's shoulder, sending him flying backwards. The sound of bones breaking rang out from his shoulder. However, at Gu Zhanxian's level of cultivation, regenerating flesh and bones was not a difficult task. When Gu Zhanxian steadied himself, the wound on his shoulder was already completely healed. It was as if he was never injured in the first place. He was still as strong as ever, and his battle intent was still as strong as ever. When Gu Fei approached, although Yuan Hong had already gained the upper hand, it was difficult for him to suppress this rare opponent. "Do you need help?" Gu Fei asked Yuan Yin. "No need. I can take him down." Yuan Hong was very direct and domineering. He directly rushed towards Gu Zhanxian, who was sent flying away. Gu Zhanxian had also noticed Gu Fei's presence. "Who are you?" Gu Zhanxian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't hide anything. There was no need for him to hide anything. With his current cultivation level and strength, he no longer needed to fear anyone in the heaven realm. Plus, he had the saint weapon in his hands. "Very well, I will remember it." Gu Zhanxian didn't hesitate. He tore open the void and rushed into the chaotic void, trying to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 2692. Gu Zhanxian saw that the situation was bad and immediately tore through the void to escape into the chaos. Yuan Hong naturally wouldn't allow Gu Zhanxian to escape so easily. After that, he also broke through the void and chased after Gu Zhanxian into the chaos. Seeing this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Yuan Hong's silhouette disappeared into the chaos. In the end, even his aura couldn't be sensed anymore. Gu Fei didn't chase into the chaos. He had no choice but to turn around and leave. When Gu Fei returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he found that Old Tortoise was here. There were at least a dozen powerful demonic auras in the vicinity. Those were the demonic auras emitted by the experts of the demonic race. "Haha, brother, you're really something." Old Tortoise laughed heartily as he came out from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "You came so fast." Gu Fei was a little surprised to see Old Tortoise. "Knowing that you're here, how would I dare not come?" Old Tortoise laughed heartily and hugged Gu Fei tightly. "Boss." At this time, a burly man in battle armor walked out from behind Old Tortoise. This man was very excited to see Gu Fei. "You are Fire Kiran Balan." Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this man, but he quickly recognized him, as well as his true identity. This man was the Fire Kiran Balan that Gu Fei subdued back then. Ancestor. At this moment, a fair and chubby little fatty walked out of the Heaven Emperor Palace. As soon as the little fatty saw Gu Fei, he immediately ran up to him and hugged Gu Fei's thigh. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he told Gu Fei about his experiences in the heaven realm all these years. Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Fei grabbed the little fatty's collar and lifted him up. This little guy looked exactly like Gu Zhong when he was young. Ancestor, I don't want to stay in the heavenly realm anymore. I want to go home, Gu Xiaofeng said while crying. Ever since he came to the heaven realm, he had been living in fear every day because Old Tortoise would train him from time to time. You seem to be doing well in the heaven world. You're already a supreme expert. If you were in the lower world, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be an immortal emperor. Gu Fei put the little fatty aside. Grandmaster, I really don't want to stay in the heaven realm. I miss my father and mother. Little fatty begged. This? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and did not know what to do. You little brat. Other people want to enter the heaven realm no matter how hard they try. But you actually want to go down to the lower realms. You are truly infuriating me to death. Old Tortoise said in disappointment. Grandmaster, I haven't seen my parents for hundreds of years. The little fatty was afraid of this Grandmaster. He wanted nothing more than to run away from him, because recently, this Grandmaster seemed to have his eyes on him again. If this Grandmaster wanted to train him again, he would be played to a pulp by this Grandmaster. The little fatty was really afraid of being trained by his Grandmaster. Old Tortoise, look, Gu Fei also knew that he had brought Gu Xiaofeng to the heaven realm and separated him from his parents for hundreds of years. Gu Xiaofeng was really homesick, and Gu Fei also felt guilty. After all, he was the one who brought Gu Xiaofeng to the heaven realm. Sigh, forget it. I'll return this little brat to you. Old Tortoise waved his hand impatiently and said, Aha, I am free now. At this time, the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng stopped crying and roared angrily. He felt that the snot and tears were just an act. Little brat! Old Tortoise raised his leg and kicked the little fatty away like a ball. The little fatty disappeared into the horizon. Grandmaster, help! The little fatty's heart-wrenching cry came from afar. Serves you right. Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and brought Gu Fei into the heavenly emperor palace as if this was his old nest. This made the Xianming Saintess and the others a little unhappy. However, the Xianming Saintess and the others also knew that the old tortoise that Gu Fei mentioned was the current demon lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan. This demon lord had always been domineering and protective. When Old Tortoise arrived, the Xianming Saintess and the others were even more shocked and uneasy. After entering the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Old Tortoise sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. Even Gu Fei could only sit below him. Although the Xianming Saintess and the others were unhappy, they did not dare to show it. After all, Old Tortoise's fist was much stronger than theirs. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Now, Old Tortoise's fist was the hardest, so he could dominate everything. Even if Old Tortoise wanted the people of the Xianming sect to get lost, they would not dare to say no. After a while, the little fatty stuck his head out of the door and looked around. Brother, you are too ruthless. Why did you come to Yuan Gu's lair to undergo your tribulation? Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and continued talking to Gu Fei. It's nothing. I just had a sudden impulse. Gu Fei waved his hand as if nothing had happened. Although he had said it casually, everyone present knew that Gu Fei's actions were absolutely crazy. If he had been careless, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. No one had dared to do this, but Gu Fei had done it and succeeded. You. Old Tortoise laughed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the better it was for the demon clan. After all, he and Gu Fei were brothers who had experienced life and death together. Master, big brother. At that moment, Shaoqing suddenly walked in from outside. Come and sit. Gu Fei called out to Shaoqing. Yes, big brother. Shaoqing walked over to Gu Fei and sat down next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei, let's talk about how to divide Yuan Gu's territory. How about it? Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei and said, Haha, you've finally revealed your fox's tail. No wonder you came here so quickly. It seems like you're here to occupy my territory. Gu Fei pointed at Old Tortoise and laughed. How about it? Old Tortoise asked. Yuan Gu's territory is not that easy to divide. Gu Fei said seriously. Yuan Gu's real body was still there. Who knew when he would suddenly return? This was a great threat. I know what you mean. I really don't care about Yuan Gu. Old Tortoise was full of confidence. He had the ultimate demon weapon, Great Sovereign Seal, so he could do whatever he wanted in the Heaven Realm. There were not many people in the Heaven Realm who could be his opponent. In that case, do as you see fit, Gu Fei said. However, the mysterious dark sect broke through the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Therefore, you have to leave a piece of land for the mysterious dark sect to rebuild. What do you think? Gu Fei continued. At that moment, the mysterious dark saintess looked at Gu Fei gratefully. The ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory was huge. Given the mysterious dark sect's strength, it was impossible for them to completely take over such a huge territory. Moreover, the other powerful forces in the Heaven Realm had been eyeing the Eastern Territory for a long time. The mysterious dark sect could not compete with them. All right, I agree. Old Tortoise thought about it and agreed. The matter was settled very quickly. The mysterious dark sect would rebuild the mysterious dark sect in the area that Old Tortoise had given them, while the Heavenly Emperor Palace was given to Old Tortoise. This matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The demon race in the Heaven Realm had actually taken over the ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory. This shocked the other forces to the extreme. No one dared to jump out and compete with Old Tortoise for the ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory. This allowed the demon race in the Heaven Realm to pick up a huge bargain. After all, the other super forces in the Heaven Realm had been eyeing the Eastern Territory covetously for a long time. No one had thought that this would be the result. Little fatty, get your ass in here. After the discussion, Old Tortoise waved at Gu Xiaofeng, who had been pacing back and forth outside the gate. At this moment, the little fatty ran in from the outside. You little brat, you will follow your martial ancestor from now on. Don't think that following your martial ancestor is a good thing. I believe that your martial ancestor is better than me. Ha ha, Old Tortoise said to the little fatty. It can't be. The little fatty immediately became dejected. He had just escaped from the wolf's lair, only to fall into the tiger's lair. Oh my God, who can save me? All right, your martial ancestor is just trying to scare you. Gu Fei glared at Old Tortoise and said, Brother, what do you plan to do next? Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and asked Gu Fei, Well, I'm going to pick up 2 people. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, Who? Old Tortoise asked curiously. Your sister-in-law and niece. Gu Fei did not hide it. What? You have a daughter? When Old Tortoise heard this, he stood up from his seat abruptly and looked at Gu Fei in shock. When did this guy get married? He even has a daughter. The shimming holy maiden was a little disappointed. Although I'm a warrior, I'm also a normal man. Isn't it normal for me to get married and have children? Is there a need to be so surprised? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Let's go. I'll go with you to pick them up. Old Tortoise was very curious. What kind of extraordinary woman could catch the eye of Gu Fei and even give birth to a daughter for Gu Fei? In the end, Old Tortoise handed over the task of taking over the territory of the primordial celestial emperor to Shaoqing. Then, he took the fire Qilin Balan and Gu Fei to a teleportation array in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and left the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Soon, Gu Fei and the others appeared on a teleportation array platform in a big city in the Nailing Mountains. The fact that they had crossed over made all the experts in the city feel very uneasy. The auras they emitted were just too powerful. I didn't know that the seniors had come to Nantian City. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Chapter 2693. The city lord of Nantian City was a plump man with a smiling face. He wasn't a weakling. He was a quasi-saint. But in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, this fatty was nothing. One should know that even Gu Fei's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng, was already an immortal emperor. Gu Xiaofeng's father, Gu Zhong, was even a martial saint. Although a sage to be was powerful, they were like ants in front of a sage. However, what surprised Gu Fei and the others was that the fat city lord was followed by an old servant. This old servant was actually a sage. A saint was actually willing to be the servant of a quasi-saint. This caused Gu Fei and the others to feel very strange. One must know that saints were all prideful existences that looked down on all living beings. They were existences that stood above all living beings. The fatty was very enthusiastic towards Gu Fei and the others. One should know that Gu Fei and the others were all heavenly sovereigns. Even the old servant behind him couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Gu Fei and the others. Nantian City had never had so many saints come to Nantian City at once. If they were to neglect these people and make them unhappy, it would definitely be a disaster for Nantian City. The fatty welcomed Gu Fei and the others into the city lord mansion of Nantian City. After the guests and the host were seated, the fatty asked about the purpose of Gu Fei and the others coming to Nantian City. The fatty was very straightforward. "We are going to Luoxia City," the fire Qilan Balan said. "Luoxia City?" The fatty couldn't help but be startled. "Then," he said, "Luoxia City is more than 10,000 li away from here. But I heard that the people of Fire Emperor have already breached Luoxia City. I don't know if it's true." "What?" Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be startled. The people of Fire Emperor had breached Luoxia City? How is this possible? Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain. Why would the people of Fire Emperor set their eyes on such a city? Moreover, Yin and her daughter were still in Luoxia City. When Gu Fei thought of this matter, he couldn't sit still. He directly asked the fat city lord to take them to the transmission formation platform. They had to go to Luoxia City immediately. When the fat city lord saw that Gu Fei and the others were in a hurry to go to Luoxia City, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. He could not wait to send away this group of gods of plagues, but he did not dare to show any displeasure in front of this group of gods of plagues. Swoosh! When a mass of divine light wrapped around Gu Fei and the others and directly escaped into the void, the fat city lord heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Luoxia City was surrounded by a group of soldiers under the command of the Fire Emperor. Moreover, this group of soldiers had launched more than 10 attacks, but they were all repelled by the defenders of Luoxia City. The old city lord of Luoxia City was only an immortal emperor, but the immortal general who attacked Luoxia City was a supreme expert. Logically speaking, Luoxia City would not be able to withstand the attack of a supreme expert. However, Luoxia City was currently guarded by two great gods. Yin was a saint emperor and Gu Ling was a great perfection quasi-saint who was only one step away from becoming a saint. With a saint emperor guarding the city, how could a mere supreme expert break through Luoxia City? The supreme expert in the immortal Tao in the Fire Emperor's army had already sensed that something was wrong. He had already sent a message back, hoping that the Fire Emperor would send experts to help. In this way, they would definitely be able to break through Luoxia City. However, the supreme expert was very puzzled. He didn't know why the Fire Emperor would send him to attack Luoxia City. Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain. It was just a small city. "What should we do, Yin? Can you ask your master to help us repel the invaders?" In the city lord mansion of Luoxia City, the old city lord was restless. He asked the girl next to him. The girl was his precious granddaughter, Yin. Yin had soaked in the divine spring of life for more than 10 days. All the old injuries on her body had completely healed. Moreover, Gu Ling had also taken advantage of this opportunity to help Yin reconstruct her body, turning her into a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She was a beautiful girl. Her whole body was filled with spirituality, like an immortal spirit that had descended from the 9 heavens. She didn't look like a mortal at all. "Grandpa, Master won't care about these things," Yin said helplessly. Gu Ling's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. She was preparing to transcend her tribulation. She didn't want to care about anything in the outside world. She wasn't in Luoxia City right now. Even Yin didn't know where her master was right now. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Luoxia City be breached by those people from the outside? The old city lord was very anxious. The other party had come prepared. The void around Luoxia City had been sealed. Even the information transmission talismans couldn't fly out. It was even more impossible for the cultivators in the city to escape. The great expert outside the city had set up a great formation outside Luoxia City to seal the void. Even the ordinary teleportation formation in Luoxia City couldn't send people out. Only the ancient teleportation formation in the City Lord Mansion could ignore the seal of the outside world and send people out. However, the old City Lord wouldn't use that ancient formation unless it was absolutely necessary. "Yin, why don't you go and beg that master of yours?" the old city lord said to his granddaughter in a pleading tone. He had been forced into a corner. Once the Luoxia city was breached, all the cultivators in the city, even the ordinary people, would probably be killed. This was the usual practice of the Fire Emperor's soldiers. The stronger the resistance of a city, once it was breached, the more the Fire Emperor's soldiers would slaughter the entire city. The Fire Emperor's soldiers outside had been attacking for a long time, but they still couldn't breach the city. The old city lord could already imagine the tragedy of Luoxia city when it was breached. Grandpa, my master usually comes and goes without a trace. She's the only one who comes to find me. Where do you want me to find her? Yen-er was very embarrassed. Her master was very unreliable. She would disappear every 2 or 3 days. Perhaps only her grandmaster could find her. Do you really have no way to find your master? The old city lord looked at Yen-er and said. This, Yen-er pondered. She didn't want to disturb her grandmaster, who was the mother of her master's sister. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to ask her grandmaster for help. She also didn't want to see Luoxia city be breached. Once Luoxia city was breached by the Fire Emperor's soldiers, the people in the city would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was something she didn't want to see. Do you have a way? The old city lord knew that there was hope when he saw his granddaughter's expression. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. One should know that there was a sage behind his precious granddaughter's master. As long as he could ask these 2 great gods to help, even if the Fire Emperor sent a sage to attack Luoxia city, they would definitely not be able to break through. I'll go look for Grandmaster. Yen-er looked at her grandfather and said very seriously. Grandmaster didn't like to move around. She was cultivating in a quiet room in Luoxia city. All right, go quickly. The old city lord was surprised and happy when he heard this. If his granddaughter could ask for help from a sage or above existence, it couldn't be better. Luoxia city would be saved. I'm just going to give it a try. If she doesn't agree to help, there's nothing I can do. Yen-er said to her grandfather. I know. Go quickly. The old city lord urged. As long as Yen-er asked for help, it would be impossible for her to not help. At this time, he let out a sigh of relief. Yen-er nodded to her grandfather and then walked to the back of the city lord's mansion. However, at this time, a figure walked out from the back of the city lord's mansion. Greetings, Grandmaster. Yen-er saw the person and quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. The person waved his hand and Yen-er stopped bowing. Yes, Grandmaster. Yen-er respectfully straightened her body. Greetings, Senior. I hope that Senior can save all the creatures in Luoxia city. The old city lord saw that person and quickly bowed. The person who walked out from the back of the city lord's mansion was a white-robed fairy. This white-robed fairy was Yen-er. I'm not in a hurry. After saying this, Yen-er directly walked out of the city lord's mansion and came to the ancient formation platform. Just as the Fire Emperor's almighty immortal general was waiting for support, an ancient formation platform in the city lord's mansion of Luoxia city suddenly started to operate. Runes rushed out of the formation platform and a void portal appeared on the formation platform. He's back so soon? Yen-er stood in front of the ancient formation platform and murmured to herself. At this time, a person walked out of the void portal on the ancient formation platform. This person was sneakily looking around outside the void portal. It was a fair-skinned, chubby young man. Just as the chubby young man was thinking about whether or not to walk out of the void portal, someone kicked his butt and sent him flying out of the void portal. That little fatty cried out loudly. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, he flew off to who knows where. Yen-er and the old city lord were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At this time, a tall, middle-aged man with a majestic appearance walked out of the void portal on the ancient formation platform. You are? Yen-er couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this person. This person was the demon lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan, Gu Fei's good brother, the Grand Emperor's son, Old Turtle. Old Turtle's name was Basia. He was the leader of the Grand Emperor's 9 sons. In the distant past, the Grand Emperor's 9 sons had made a huge name for themselves, and their names shook the ancient desolation. Now, the Grand Emperor's son had completely recovered his former peak cultivation and had mastered the Grand Emperor's seal, the Grand Emperor's demon weapon. Even Yin didn't expect such a big shot to appear here. After Old Turtle walked out of the void portal, the next person to walk out was Gu Fei. "Sister-in-law, where's my niece?" Old Turtle asked Gu Ling as soon as he saw Yin. "I don't know where that crazy girl went." Chapter 2694. Gu Ling had always been strange and elusive. Even Yin didn't know where she was, but Yin was able to find her daughter. Yin usually used the sound-transmitting jade talisman to contact her daughter. She immediately took out the talisman and contacted Gu Ling very quickly. The talisman in Yin's hand vibrated. At this time, under the guidance of the old city lord, everyone arrived at the main hall of the prefecture. The old city lord didn't dare to sit on the main seat. One should know that there was a demon lord of demon race in heaven world among this group of people. How could he dare to act presumptuously in front of the demon lord of demon race? The old city lord invited the demon lord, Old Turtle, to sit on the main seat. Gu Fei and the others sat on both sides, while the old city lord and his precious granddaughter sat on the last seat. Although he was the city lord of Luoxia City, he was only an immortal emperor. At this time, the little fatty who was kicked away had returned. Only now did the old city lord discover that this little fatty was also an immortal emperor and a major success stage immortal emperor expert. This made him feel ashamed. This group of people was truly heaven-defying. Even a child was an immortal emperor, let alone the others. The arrival of such a group of people put the old city lord at ease. One should know that even the demon lord of demon race was here. This time, even Fire Emperor wouldn't be able to attack Luoxia City. However, what made the old city lord apprehensive was why such a big shot would come to such a small place. "I say, Gu Fei, your little princess doesn't seem to be like you." The old turtle sat on the main seat and said to Gu Fei with a smile. He had already learned from Yin that Gu Fei's precious daughter was definitely a lively and active person. "Old Turtle, what do you mean? Who else does my daughter look like if not me?" Gu Fei glared at the old turtle and said, "Ever since I got to know you, you have always been a man of few words, haven't you?" Haha. The old turtle laughed. "All right, I won't talk to you about this. I don't want to see those annoying flies outside the city. Send someone to deal with them." Gu Fei suddenly changed the topic. He had already sensed that someone had set up a large array to seal the entire Luoxia city, which made him very unhappy. Old Tortoise glanced at Balon, who was standing beside him. Naturally, Old Tortoise understood what Old Tortoise meant. However, he did not intend to attack. Instead, he waved at the two demon race powerhouses standing behind him. The two demon clan experts immediately turned around and left. Among the people outside, the one with the highest cultivation level was only an almighty. If a sage were to make a move, that would be thinking too highly of those people. Soon, a strong power fluctuation came from outside Luoxia City, and there was a monstrous demon chi. Not long after, the two monster race experts returned. One of the monster race experts held a head in his hand. It was the head of a strange beast, and there was a crimson flame lingering on it. Fire ape. When the old city lord saw the head in the monster race expert's hand, he could not help but be taken aback. He did not expect the two monster race experts to kill the leader of the Fire Emperor's soldiers outside the city so easily. The fire ape was a kind of creature born from the Earth's fire vein. Of course, the Southern Mountains Fire Emperor was not from the Fire Ape race. This Fire Ape was the leader of the Fire Emperor's soldiers outside Luoxia City, the almighty expert. "All right, it's done. Why isn't my niece back yet?" The old turtle did not take this matter seriously at all. Even if the Fire Emperor came in person, he would not be afraid. If the Fire Emperor was sensible, he would naturally not come to humiliate himself. Boom. As soon as the old turtle's voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from outside the main hall. Then, two large dragons directly rushed in from outside. One was a fire dragon, and the other was a wind dragon. Above the main hall, the wind chi and the fire chi were mighty, which surprised everyone. The old city lord, in particular, was so scared that he almost jumped out of his seat. Someone actually dared to directly attack the main hall. This was really unimaginable. Could it be that the experts under the Fire Emperor had arrived so quickly? "Niece, Are you trying to show off your strength as soon as we meet? At this time, Old Ghost, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, the two large dragons formed by the fire and water circled around the main hall and directly pounced on the old turtle sitting on the throne. What nonsense! When Yin who was sitting next to Gu Fei, saw this scene, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. With so many saints in the main hall, no one could sneak into the city lord's mansion silently and arrive outside the main hall without being discovered. Even if the Fire Emperor came in person, it would not be possible to hide from Gu Fei and the old turtle. At this moment, the old turtle directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. The two large dragons immediately flew towards his big hand and quickly shrunk. Haha, Uncle Old Turtle is really powerful. Just as the old turtle kept the two large dragons formed by the wind and fire chi, a bell-like laughter rang. A purple-robed girl was peeking her head out of the main hall. Hee. The old turtle smiled strangely and then stretched out his sharp claws towards the purple-robed girl. Damn it! As soon as the purple-robed girl saw the old turtle, she immediately turned around and wanted to escape. However, as soon as she turned around, a powerful suction force immediately enveloped her. The purple-robed girl screamed and flew into the main hall. She struggled violently, but how could she break free? Gu Ling was incomparably shocked. She circulated her mystic art with all her might. The powerful pressure of a quasi-sage erupted from her body, shocking everyone in the main hall. One should know that although there were many saints in the main hall, there were also many cultivators below the sage realm. The old city lord only felt his soul trembling. He was just an immortal emperor, not even almighty. How could he withstand the pressure of a quasi-sage? On the contrary, the precious granddaughter of the old city lord, Yin looked as if nothing had happened. Gu Ling flew to the front of the old turtle and landed on the ground, but she didn't seem to panic. Instead, she was very calm. Haha, Uncle Old Turtle, you are too powerful, Gu Ling said with a smile. A trace of slyness flashed in her eyes. Hee, you are really very different from your father. The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said with a smile. Old Turtle, you. Gu Fei shook his head. Uncle Old Turtle, since this is the first time we have met, this gourd is for you. Gu Ling said and handed the gourd in her hand to the old turtle. This is Taoist Feng was wind and fire gourd. Chapter 2695. The fact that Taoist Feng was firestorm gourd was in Gu Ling's hands shocked the old city lord to the extreme. He could not believe it. After all, Taoist Fenghua was definitely not a kind person. Although Taoist Fenghua was just a rogue cultivator, he was extremely powerful. His cultivation was considered an expert among the sages, and he was the target of many forces. The Firestorm Gourd was Taoist Fenghua's famous magic treasure. He regarded it as his life and would never lend it to others. Although he did not know how Gu Ling obtained the Firestorm Gourd, the fact that she could get her hands on it was enough to explain the situation. Haha, it's really a good thing. Old Tortoise did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Gu Ling hand the gourd to him. Although the gourd was a sage-level magic treasure, he really did not fancy it. He could have as many of such magic treasures as he wanted. This gourd is definitely a good thing. Uncle Tortoise really has a good eye. Gu Ling directly stuffed the gourd into Old Tortoise's hand. Old Tortoise had no choice but to accept the gourd. Then, he saw Gu Ling looking at him eagerly. He was extremely shrewd and naturally knew what Gu Ling was looking forward to. Haha, Old Tortoise, your daughter is really too primordial lingling. I like her. Old Tortoise said with a laugh. He thought for a moment, then took out a purple bell and handed it to Gu Ling, little niece. This is for you. Old Tortoise looked at Gu Ling meaningfully. Uncle Tortoise, what is this? Gu Ling reached out and took the purple bell. She could not see anything special about it. The bell was only the size of an adult's thumb. There was a lot of bronze green on it. It was completely an ordinary bell, which puzzled Gu Ling. After all, her Uncle Tortoise was not an ordinary person. He was the demon lord of the demon clan, a big shot in the heaven realm. How could he give something so ordinary? Old Tortoise, this is your fault. Gu Fei spoke at this time. The purple bell was really ordinary. Even if it was thrown on the street, no one would take a second look. Of course, Gu Fei also felt that since Old Tortoise could give it as a gift, there must be something different about the bell. Old Gu, when did you become as blind as a bat? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei with contempt and said, Uncle Tortoise. Gu Ling held the purple bell in her hand, looking forward to it. Don't underestimate this thing. It has a terrifying origin. Old Tortoise pretended to be mysterious. At this moment, everyone in the hall pricked up their ears. This bell is from the Palace of Moon Deities. Old Tortoise said, Palace of Moon Deities? The other people in the hall did not have much of a reaction, but when these words fell into Gu Fei's ears, it was different. The Moon Deities were the ancient female supremes. Could this bell be an item of the Moon Deities? However, the era of the ancient Moon Deities was too far away from the present world. Many people in the hall did not know that there was an invincible female sovereign in ancient times. Gu Ling looked at Old Tortoise in confusion. Take it. At this time, Gu Fei said to Gu Ling. Oh. Gu Ling responded and then said to Old Tortoise, Thank you, Uncle Tortoise. After saying that, Gu Ling came in front of Gu Fei and Yin Er. Dad, Mom. Like a child who had done something wrong, Gu Ling lowered her head and stood in front of Gu Fei and Yin Er. You are really mischievous. Yin Er reached out and pulled Gu Ling to her side. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grandmasters. At this time, Yin Er came forward obediently and bowed to Gu Ling, Gu Fei, and Yin Er. Is this the disciple you accepted? Gu Fei looked at the white-clothed girl who was full of spiritual energy and could not help but secretly nod. This girl's muscles and bones were very good. She had a wood elemental constitution. He had always had a plan to accept 5 disciples with one of the 5 elemental constitutions. He wanted to train 5 elemental warriors. However, he had never had the opportunity to accept 5 elemental disciples. Gu Zhong had a metal elemental constitution, Gu Ling had a fire elemental constitution, and Yao Yu had a water elemental constitution. Adding this grand disciple in front of him, he still lacked disciples with an earth elemental constitution. Of course, accepting disciples was not a child's play. Just because one's constitution was good didn't mean that one could be accepted as a disciple. Gu Fei was a man of principle. He would not accept people with evil intentions, even if they had a heaven-defying constitution. Not bad, Dad. What do you think of this disciple of mine? Gu Ling said to Gu Fei as if she was presenting a treasure. She was very proud of her disciple's constitution. Not only did he have a wood elemental constitution, but he was also born with a Dao eye. Even Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could not see this kind of innate Dao eye. Yes, Gu Fei did not say anything. He thought for a moment, and then took out an item and handed it to Yin Er. It was a wooden bow refined from a spirit root. The body of the bow was covered with all kinds of naturally formed ancient and mysterious patterns. The bowstring was refined from the tendons of a flood dragon. This wooden bow was a magic treasure that Gu Fei had obtained in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. This magic treasure was naturally extraordinary for it to be stored in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury. This wooden bow was a magic treasure of a sage ruler. Yin Er looked at her master, Gu Ling, and then at her grandmaster, Gu Fei. She did not know whether to accept it or not. This is a greeting gift from Grandmaster. Take it. Gu Ling said to Yin Er. Yes, Master. Yin Er nodded and took the wooden bow from Gu Fei. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yin Er said respectfully. Cultivate well. Gu Fei encouraged her. Just as the old city lord was feeling happy for his precious granddaughter, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the city. Then, an incomparably powerful aura came from outside the city. A sage-to-be? Hearing the roar, some people in the great hall were obviously displeased. You two, go out again. Balan ordered the 2 demon experts standing behind him. Yes, the 2 demon experts hurriedly accepted the order and left. Without any suspense, the sound of fighting came from outside the city again. A powerful force was mighty. This time, the intruder was extremely powerful and could fight with the 2 demon experts. The 2 demon race experts weren't weaklings. However, the invading creature wasn't weak either. The battle was extremely fierce, but in the end, The two demon race experts beheaded the invader and returned to report the completion of the mission. Chapter 2696. The death of a mighty figure and a sage-to-be enraged a great figure under the Fire Emperor. This was because the dead sage-to-be was his disciple, and his favorite disciple at that. The Fire Saint Palace of the Fire Emperor floated high in the sky. Below it was a sea of fire. It was boiling magma, emitting a faint golden light that was almost transparent. This was the earth fire that came from the fire veins deep under the earth. And in this sea of fire, there was a towering tree rooted. It was a golden divine tree with golden leaves, as if it was made of pure gold. On the golden divine tree, there was a huge bird's nest. The bird's nest was surrounded by the chi of the great path. It was very unusual. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked. There was a huge divine tree rooted in the sea of fire, constantly absorbing the fire essence from the magma. Above the golden tree was the holy land of the fire clan of the South Mountains, the Fire Saint Palace. This Fire Saint Palace was the temporary residence of the ancestor of the Fire Clan. The Fire Clan of the South Mountains had always been suppressed by the South Mountains God Emperor. They had to retreat to the ancestral land of the Fire Clan and seal the ancestral land. When the Fire Emperor woke up from his slumber in the fire veins, everything changed. With the recovery of the Fire Emperor, the Fire Clan of the South Mountains came out and started a war against the South Mountains God Emperor. They took over half of the South Mountains from the hands of the South Mountains God Emperor. The current Fire Clan could not be compared to the past. The disciple of a great figure of the Fire Clan was killed. This was a slap to the face of this great figure in the Fire Clan. No matter who it was, they could not let it go. In front of the main hall of the Fire Saint Palace, a golden-haired middle-aged man looked up into the sky. A ray of fire appeared in the sky and rushed towards the Fire Saint Palace. Whoosh! A ray of fire descended from the sky and landed in front of the main hall of the Fire Saint Palace. When the fire dissipated, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. "Greetings, master." The white-haired old man knelt in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. There was real Tao rhyme flowing around this old man's body. This old man was actually a sage. The golden-haired middle-aged man looked expressionlessly at the elder kneeling in front of him and said, "Wu Jin, go take a look and see who killed your junior brother." "Yes, master." When the old man heard this, he was shocked to the extreme. Someone actually killed his junior brother. His voice trembled. His master was too calm. This was not a good thing. The old man's name was Wu Jin, and he was the golden-haired middle-aged man's eldest disciple. He had been in closed-door training all this time, and it was only a few days ago that he was summoned back by the golden-haired middle-aged man. He had just learned from his master that his junior brother had died, and he had been killed. The old man accepted the order and turned into a ray of fire. He shot into the sky and left the Fire Saint Palace to find the other juniors. He wanted to understand what had happened first. The golden-haired middle-aged man turned and walked into the main hall of the Fiery Saint Palace. The sea of magma below the Fire Saint Palace was tens of thousands of miles wide. In a place like this, there were living creatures. The Fire Ape clan had lived here for generations. In a sea of magma 1,000 miles away from the Fiery Saint Palace, there was a golden mountain floating on the magma. The mountain was tens of thousands of miles high, and there were countless caves on it. From time to time, there would be golden figures appearing in those caves. This was the territory of the Fire Ape Emperor. At this time, a ray of fire flew from the sky and landed on the peak of the Fire Ape Mountain. There was a cave on the peak of the Fire Ape Mountain. The door of the cave was closed. The fire landed in front of the cave, and the fire disappeared. A white-haired old man appeared. Rumble. Just as the old man arrived, the tightly shut door of the cave at the top of the mountain gradually opened and a gush of fire energy gushed out from the cave. "Haha, what kind of wind blew eldest senior brother to my place today?" A loud laugh came from the cave. Then, a figure walked out of the fire. It was a slender, handsome young man with blonde hair and white eyebrows. No one would have thought that such a handsome young man was a Fire Ape Emperor that had attained enlightenment in the ancient times. It was a sacred ape. The arrival of the old man surprised the Fire Ape Emperor because this big brother had been in seclusion for thousands of years. He had not cared about the world for a long time, but now he suddenly came to the Fire Ape Emperor. "Let's talk inside." The old man glanced at the Fire Ape Emperor and walked into the cave. The Fire Ape Emperor quickly followed. After entering the cave and sitting down, the old man told the reason for his visit. "What?" Even the Fire Ape Emperor jumped up from his seat when he heard that their little junior brother had been killed. Who had actually dared to kill their little junior brother? This was simply too outrageous. One should know that their master could make the entire southern mountains tremble with a stomp of his foot. Moreover, their little brother was their master's favorite disciple. "I came to you because I don't know who it is," the old man said. Since their master had asked him to handle this matter, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. However, he was not a reckless person. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious. No matter what, he had to find out who the other party was first. Therefore, the old man was not in a hurry to go to Luoxia City. "That's easy." The Fire Ape Emperor sent a voice transmission outside. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the cave and handed a jade slip to the Fire Ape Emperor. The Fire Ape Emperor waved his hand, and the golden-haired middle-aged man left respectfully. When the Fire Ape Emperor read the message in the jade slip with his divine telekinesis, his face became extremely solemn. "Big brother, I'm afraid this matter is a little tricky," the Fire Ape Emperor said and handed the jade scroll to the old man. The old man took the jade scroll. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, but his face was expressionless. "Luoxia City, the demon race," the old man muttered to himself. A strong battle intent erupted from his body. He thought of many things in an instant. Could the Southern Mountains god have joined forces with the demon race? If that was the case, then they would be in big trouble. "Big brother, let me go with you," the Fire Ape Emperor muttered to himself. The Fire Ape clan also had a powerful fire ape who died at the hands of the demon clan when they attacked Luoxia City. "All right, let's go and see who dares to look down on our Fire Ape clan," the old man said and stood up. The two experts left the Fire Ape Mountain and headed straight for Luoxia City. Chapter 2697. The siege of Luoxia City had been lifted, and peace was restored in the city. Gu Fei's family did not like to live in the city, so they moved to a secluded courtyard in the mountains outside the city. Gu Ling's mischief gave Gu Fei a grand disciple. Gu Fei was very fond of this grand disciple, so he personally taught her martial arts and guided Yin on the path of martial arts. With Gu Fei's personal guidance, Gu Ling did not care about her disciple at all. She spent all day playing with the purple bell that Old Tortoise gave her. There was nothing special about the purple bell. It was very ordinary, so Gu Ling could not see anything special about it. In the end, she tied the bell to her waist and continued to play around. Gu Ling was very playful, but Gu Fei and Yin were not worried that it would affect her cultivation. It was a natural instinct that should not be suppressed. In the eyes of parents, no matter how old their daughter was, she was still a child. Old Tortoise did not like crowded places, so he dismissed his subordinates and lived in the courtyard with Balan and the little fatty. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had not seen each other for many years, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. The two verified their own Tao and benefited a lot from each other. They were already at the Holy Master level, so it was very difficult for them to improve their cultivation. It should be known that above the Holy Master was the Quasi-Supreme. However, this peace did not last long before it was broken. On this night, a golden crow suddenly appeared in the sky above Luoxia City, then directly descended towards the city. A powerful saint-level aura spread in all directions, causing all the creatures in Luoxia City to be extremely terrified, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. All of this happened too suddenly. The dark night sky was illuminated, as if a real divine sun had appeared high in the sky. What happened? In the courtyard in the mountains, Gu Fei and the others were alarmed. The saint-level aura spread out, and countless creatures in the mountains were extremely frightened. This kind of pressure that was above all living beings was enough to make them despair. Eldest senior brother seems to be a little rash. At this time, on a mountain peak outside of Luoxia City stood a handsome young man with blonde hair and white eyebrows. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the golden crow descended. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they would feel it. Inside the city lord's manor, the old city lord spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and it was difficult for him to fight against the divine might of the divine path that was descending from the sky. What's going on? Could it be that the Fire Emperor has really come personally? The experts in the city lord's manor were all affected by the pressure of the saintly way that descended from the sky. Before such an absolutely powerful existence, no one dared to even think of resisting. The cultivators in the city were in despair. Under the pressure of the divine Tao, they were extremely frightened. This kind of fear spread out from the depths of their souls. Everyone looked up at the divine sun that was descending from the sky. Their faces were filled with shock and despair. They had all given up resisting. At this moment, the void trembled. A layer of immortal light appeared in the void. On the immortal light, immortal runes were faintly discernible and intertwined, forming ancient immortal diagrams. Each immortal diagram attracted the energy of the great Tao, shrouding the entire Luoxia City. The defensive Grand Formation of Luoxia City was activated. The Grand Formation was activated, emitting immortal light. All the cultivators in the city felt their bodies lightened, and the pressure was greatly reduced. This is, on the mountain peak outside the city, the Fire Ape Emperor couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw this. The immortal formation protecting Luoxia City was extraordinary. It was a saint formation. The mere small city actually has the protection of a saint formation? The Fire Ape Emperor murmured to himself. This was truly unbelievable. One should know that Luoxia City was only an inconspicuous city. Even the city lord was only an immortal emperor. If it was any other time, the Fire Ape Emperor wouldn't even spare a glance at such a small city, but the current situation was different. Saint formation. Is this the work of those people? A majestic voice came from the sky, sounding incomparably majestic. At this time, the Fire Ape Emperor stood on the mountain peak, glancing in all directions. He wanted to find those people, but he couldn't find any Saint Realm beings. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the divine sun collided with the layer of immortal light. A terrifying fluctuation spread out, and the layer of immortal light that enveloped the entire Luoxia City shook violently. The moment the divine sun collided with the immortal light, all the cultivators in the city coughed up blood. Even though the immortal light had neutralized most of the force, it was still enough to hurt them. Even the immortal emperors were no exception. At this time, the old immortal emperor in the city lord mansion crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Grandpa is in danger. In the courtyard, Yen-Er immediately received the news from the old immortal emperor. The jade talisman in her hand glowed. Her expression changed drastically as she ran to find Gu Fei. At this time, Yen-Er couldn't find Gu Fei because Gu Fei and the old tortoise had already flown up to the sky. They had completely concealed their presence, so no one could sense their presence. Even the Fire Ape Emperor was the same. Who are those two fellas? Saints under Fire Emperor? The old tortoise stood high up in the sky, looking at the divine sun in front of him, then at the golden-haired, white-browed youth on the mountain peak outside Luoxia City. Who cares who they are? Since they are here, there's no need for them to go back. Gu Fei said flatly. Only that Fire Emperor is qualified to be my opponent. I have no interest in these two little fellas. The old tortoise laughed. He had no intention of taking action. He didn't put the Fire Ape Emperor and the golden-haired old man in his eyes. I don't want to take action either. What should I do? Gu Fei said with a shrug. Ask Balan to go. The old tortoise said, and sent a message to Balan, who was still in the courtyard. After receiving the order, Balan immediately left the courtyard. The courtyard was also protected by a saint grade formation. No one could sense Balan's presence in the courtyard. However, when Balan left the courtyard, he was immediately sensed by the Fire Ape Emperor and the golden-haired old man. Roar! Balan let out a furious roar and rushed out from the mountain. He soared into the sky and charged towards the golden-haired old man who had turned into a divine sun and was attacking the protective, immortal light of Luoxia City. Chapter 2698. Ever since Balan came to the heaven realm, he had been following the old tortoise and Shaoqing, fighting side by side with Shaoqing. Although his level of cultivation was not as high as Shaoqing's, he was still one of the old tortoise's most powerful generals. Roar! Balan roared. The mountains and rivers moved, and the terrifying sound waves spread out. Several nearby mountains immediately collapsed, turning into dust and dissipating in the void. Following that, everyone saw an incomparably shocking scene. They saw an incomparably huge fire Qilin rushing out of the mountain, leaping up and pouncing towards the divine sun in the sky. The aura of the holy beast spread out in all directions. The entire world trembled under the feet of the fire Qilin, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out under the fire Qilin's feet. This was the rhythm of shattering the void. "You're finally out." A loud shout resounded, and then the divine sun smashed down towards the fire Qilin that was charging over. The divine flames emanating from the divine sun incinerated the surrounding space to the point of incinerating it. This was not an ordinary fire, but a holy level fire of the way. There were flame-shaped patterns faintly visible in the flames. If a saint was burned by this holy fire, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Rumble. The void shook. The mountain-like fire Qilin also roared angrily, and then spat out a mouthful of divine fire towards the divine sun. This was a battle between two cultivators of the way of fire. It was not easy to cultivate the way of fire to the holy level. Moreover, the fire Qilin was a natural creature of fire. However, the golden-haired old man was not simple either. Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, the two powerful powers of the divine path collided, erupting with dazzling sparks that illuminated the entire night sky. Fire-shaped patterns continuously collided in the sky, collapsing continuously. The mighty storm of destruction directly shattered the void between heaven and earth. Even Luoxia City below was affected. The city protection formation was constantly shaking, showing signs of collapsing. This made all the cultivators in the city shudder. Once the great city barrier array was broken, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, although the great city protecting formation was shaken by the destructive storm that swept down from the sky, it did not really collapse. This made everyone in the city heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, the divine sun and the fire Qilin disappeared at the same time. Two figures flew backward. "Old Turtle, who do you think will win?" In the distant sky, Gu Fei asked Old Tortoise. "I have to say, your question is too unprofessional. Do you think I would say that my men would lose?" Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei disdainfully. He naturally supported Balan. Why would he support Balan's opponent? Gu Fei smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, the aura of a holiness expert filled the world, and all living beings within a radius of 50,000 kilometers could sense this supreme aura. Who is that fellow? He's actually able to contend against eldest senior brother. On a mountain peak outside of Luoxia City, Fire Ape Emperor looked at the two cultivators of the doctrine of fire in the sky with a serious expression. He felt a bit uneasy. Eldest senior brother seems to have met his match. Fire Ape Emperor said to himself, it's just an old bird. How dare he come here and cause trouble? High up in the sky, Balan held his halberd and coldly looked at the elder in front of him. The elder was also a cultivator of the doctrine of fire, and his original form was a golden crow. Of course, it was impossible for this guy to be a pure-blooded golden crow. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight at all. Balan could just admit defeat. One should know that pure-blooded golden crows were innate divine birds that were truly bred from the sun. Innate divine birds had unimaginable talents, and they were not something that Balan could deal with. "You are just a mixed blood beast. Making me angry won't do you any good," the elder said coldly. He stared at the fire Qilin Balan. His eyes flashed, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. Fire-shaped Tao patterns circled around him. "Haha, I'm afraid that you might have teeth and bite me." Balan pointed his halberd at the elder, and laughed out loud. "You were the one who killed my junior brother," the elder said with a gloomy face. "What?" Balan said in surprise. Could this guy be here to avenge his junior brother? But who was this guy's junior brother? Don't play dumb. My junior brother is the quasi-saint that died outside Luoxia City. The elder's eyes turned sharp and vicious. If this guy had not killed his junior brother, he would not have cared about this at all. His master had summoned him, so he had no choice but to come out. "Oh, you're talking about that little fella. Do you think that an existence like me would kill a quasi-saint?" Balan said unhappily. He was not someone who would bully the weak. A saint killing a quasi-saint was not something to be proud of. "Humph, my junior brother is invincible in the same realm. Who among the quasi-saints can be his match?" The elder said proudly. His junior brother was a peerless genius. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and was already a quasi-saint. The speed of his cultivation was so fast that even their master was shocked. Otherwise, this little junior brother of his wouldn't have been valued by his master and nurtured so heavily. "Ha ha!" Balan couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing the elder's words. Invincible in the same realm? This guy thought that his junior brother was a martial artist. "This is the truth. Unless a saint takes action, no one can kill my junior sister." The elder's face turned even gloomier. "The truth is, I didn't kill your little junior brother. Since you're here, I'll send you to reunite with your little junior brother." Balan's battle intent surged. A powerful murderous aura spread out from his body. "You're not qualified to kill me." The elder was filled with battle intent as well. Even though this was what he said, he knew that he had met his match. This fire Qilin wasn't easy to deal with. "I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let's let the truth speak for itself." Balan waved the gigantic halberd in his hand and struck. The divine halberd pierced through the void and struck down at the elder's head. On the surface of the divine halberd, there were Tao patterns in the shape of flames appearing. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of flame burst out from the elder's body. It turned into a bird's beak and flew towards the incoming halberd. This was a magic weapon that the elder had obtained. It was a magic weapon crafted by a powerful being of the Golden Crow race. Its name was the Golden Crow's Beak. As long as one were to be pecked by this Golden Crow's beak, even a saint would be severely injured. Clang! The Golden Crow's beak clashed with the divine halberd in Balan's hand, giving off a metallic sound. Balan could only feel a huge force coming from his hand. The divine halberd in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Shocked, he hurried to dodge it. The elder was shocked to see that Balan was able to withstand his attack. Swoosh! The elder took out the Golden Crow's beak and attacked Balan. The gigantic beak pierced through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful force. Preposterous! Balan roared in anger. He waved the gigantic halberd in his hand and charged forward. The divine halberd in his hand kept colliding with the Golden Crow's beak. The divine halberd in his hand was not an ordinary sacred weapon. It was a killing weapon. However, Balan had yet to display its true power. At this moment, Balan became serious. Although the Golden Crow's beak was incomparably powerful, it couldn't really suppress Balan. The two powerhouses were evenly matched, and it was not an easy task to determine a victor. Everyone was watching the battle nervously. The Lord of Luoxia City naturally hoped that Balan could defeat the elder and drive him away. He was also very puzzled as to why these great figures were eyeing his Luoxia City. Luoxia City was only a small city. In the eyes of these great figures, a small city like Luoxia City shouldn't be in their eyes at all. Rumble! The void trembled. The two great experts fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky, fighting to the sky. Everywhere they passed, everything was mercilessly destroyed. In the end, the two great experts fought deep into the mountains. The entire mountain range was shaking as if doomsday had arrived. The battle lasted for several hours. Then, the elder retreated. The Fire Ape Emperor didn't attack and retreated as well. Baron and the old man fought to a standstill. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither was able to suppress the other. In the end, both of them ended up with injuries. Gu Fei and the old turtle didn't attack. They just let the Elder and the Fire Ape Emperor retreat. Although Balan was seriously injured, Gu Fei grabbed him into his inner world and threw him into a heavenly spring of life after he returned to his courtyard in the mountains. Under the nourishment of the endless life essence contained in the heavenly spring of life, Balan completely recovered in half an hour. Even the internal injuries left by years of battles were completely healed. However, the Elder wasn't so lucky. He was carried back to the Fiery Saint Palace by the Fire Ape Emperor. The Elder was seriously injured. He was almost split in half by Balan's halberd. The terrifying crack extended from the back of his head to his tailbone. You lost too. The golden-haired middle-aged man walked out of the Fiery Saint Palace. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw that his eldest disciple was seriously injured. Who the hell is he? The golden-haired middle-aged man stared at the Fire Ape Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Master, I'm useless," the Elder said while gasping for breath. "Master, he is very strong. Eldest brother tried his best." The Fire Ape Emperor explained. "It really is a demonic saint." The golden-haired middle-aged man sensed a powerful aura from the Elder's wound. He couldn't help but be moved. This was the power of the great path of the demonic Tao. That is a fire Qilin. I think there must be an even more powerful existence behind it. Chapter 2699. Someone has injured my disciples consecutively. Seems like I'll have to make a trip myself. The golden-haired middle-aged man stood outside the gates of the Fiery Saint Palace. He raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless void and see Luoxia City. Master is going to make a move himself. Big Brother Wu Jin and the Fire Ape Emperor were extremely shocked. One should know that their master hadn't made a move for many years. It seemed like this time, their master was really angry. The golden-haired middle-aged man then took out a pill and passed it to the Black Gold Elder. "Thank you, Master." Elder Wu Jin hurriedly received the pill respectfully. It was a saint pill refined from extreme young fire essence. Although the saint pill was only the size of a thumb, it was enveloped by a layer of fiery light. It emitted a dazzling radiance, like a small divine sun. This is a golden sun saint pill. Looking at the saint pill in the Black Gold Elder's hand, the Fire Ape Emperor's eyes lit up. This was the saint pill that all fire elemental living beings dreamed of. Big Brother Wu Jin got a blessing in disguise. He got a saint pill like this. Without any hesitation, the old man swallowed the saint pill. Soon, a fiery glow appeared on his body and his injured body began to heal at a rapid pace. The terrifying and hideous wound on his back was healing quickly. The Black Gold Elder, who was on the verge of death, was invigorated after taking the Golden Sun Saint Pill. An extremely powerful fire elemental aura was emitted from his body. "Go back and heal up." The golden-haired middle-aged man waved his hand and said to the Black Gold Elder, "Master, your disciple would like to serve you. Please allow me." The Black Gold Elder knelt down in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. "You should recuperate from your injuries first." The golden-haired middle-aged man said impatiently. His disciples were defeated one after another. He was in a bad mood and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Big brother." At that moment, the Fire Ape Emperor, who was standing beside the Black Gold Elder, secretly pulled the Black Gold Elder's clothes. His master was furious, and no one dared to go against him. "Yes, master." The golden-haired old man didn't dare to say anything else. He knew his master's personality very well. If he was defeated, it would be the same as slapping his master's face. "I'd like to see who dares to kill my disciple." As the golden-haired middle-aged man spoke, his body blurred and he disappeared into the void. Not even the Elder Crow Gold and the Fire Ape Emperor could see how he left. Suddenly, a divine flame avenue rushed over from afar and stopped in the sky above Luoxia City. Then, a figure walked over from the divine flame avenue. This person was like a supreme sovereign of the Tao of Fire. In an instant, he arrived above Luoxia City. "Are you done yet?" Just after it stopped for a while, an incomparably powerful aura came from the direction of the Luoxia City. This made Gu Fei very angry in the courtyard. "Old Tortoise, go take care of it." Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. F***CK. Why don't you go? This seems to be your territory, not mine. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. If you don't do something, Luoxia City is going to be destroyed by that guy. Old Tortoise added. Sigh. Although Gu Fei didn't want to do anything, he had no choice but to do so at this time. This guy was a holy sovereign. Even a holy Venerable had come. Such a powerhouse could easily break the Luoxia City's Great City Barrier formation and completely erase Luoxia City from the world. Swoosh. Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. In the next second, he appeared in Luoxia City. At this time, all the living beings in Luoxia City were paralyzed on the ground because of the golden-haired middle-aged man's arrival. They were extremely terrified. The aura of a holy sovereign made all the living beings in the city feel like they were going to have a mental breakdown. No one could resist such an unparalleled aura. However, the moment Gu Fei appeared in the city, all the living beings in the city let out a sigh of relief. The terrifying aura that made them unable to stand had weakened a lot. Who are you? The golden-haired middle-aged man looked down at Gu Fei in the city. His eyes flickered as he sensed an aura from Gu Fei that was not weaker than his own. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Gu Fei looked up at the figure in the sky and said indifferently, It's your people who killed my disciple. The golden-haired middle-aged man's tone was incomparably majestic. He didn't show any anger, as if he was a supreme existence that dominated the life and death of all living beings in the world. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the golden-haired middle-aged man in the sky playfully. Kill. The golden-haired middle-aged man was enraged. However, people like him didn't show their emotions. He directly made his move. A giant hand that emitted monstrous divine flames instantly covered the entire world and slammed down on Luoxia City. The terrifying pressure of a Saint Venerable spread out from the giant hand, causing all living beings within a radius of millions of miles to be terrified. A Saint Venerable was too powerful. Even in an incomparably stable world like the Heaven Realm, a Saint Venerable's full strength could affect an entire region. Gu Fei didn't act immediately after seeing this scene. Rumble. The giant hand slammed down from the sky, causing the void below it to constantly shatter. Even the chaotic energy was blown out. The great formation of Luoxia City immediately collapsed. The layer of immortal light formed by the power of the great formation instantly shattered like a layer of exquisite porcelain. At this time, Gu Fei threw a punch. There was no monstrous divine fluctuation or dazzling divine light. It was just a casual punch. However, it was this punch that shattered the huge hand that came crashing down from the sky and dissipated in the void.
Yes.
The golden-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but be moved when he saw how easily Gu Fei broke his great technique. This person is not simple. He is a formidable opponent. Gu Fei stood in the city and didn't soar into the sky to fight the golden-haired middle-aged man. How dare you look down on me? The golden-haired middle-aged man was furious. He directly sat down in the void and activated his Xin Qi. Suddenly, countless meteorites appeared in the sky. He had actually summoned the meteorites from the starry sky. Rumble. The sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Countless meteorites turned into balls of fire and smashed down on Luoxia City. What? We're dead this time. Chapter 2700. The golden-haired middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He summoned meteorites from the sky with his strength. Countless meteorites moved quickly in the air. They rubbed against the air and turned into balls of fire. In the pitch-black night sky, countless fireballs fell from the sky. This scene shocked everyone. They were all stunned and dumbfounded. Heh, is that all you've got? Gu Fei smiled contemptuously, then stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards the sky. In the next moment, the void trembled and the countless fireballs that fell from the sky immediately exploded. The countless meteorites seemed to have hit an invisible wall and were all intercepted. The golden-haired middle-aged man saw that his great technique was broken again. He couldn't help but be furious. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. At this time, The Fire Ape Emperor and the others who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Their own teacher was fighting, and yet he was defeated. How was this possible? Some important figures from the fiery Saint Palace came as well. One should know that the golden-haired middle-aged man was second only to the Fire Emperor. His action naturally startled many people. Jin Yin has met his match. An important figure from the fiery Saint Palace said, "He's always been arrogant. He thinks that no one can suppress him except for the Fire Emperor. It seems that he has kicked an iron plate this time," someone said. His tone was quite dissatisfied with the golden-haired middle-aged man. Teacher, the Fire Ape Emperor heard these people and couldn't help but worry. His always invincible teacher had met his match today. In another direction, on top of a mountain, many people stood. The one in the lead was the old tortoise. He couldn't help but come out to watch the battle. Gu Fei is acting tough again. Doesn't he know that acting tough will get him struck by lightning? The old tortoise said to himself. Rumble. At this time, the sky and earth shook. The golden-haired middle-aged man, Jin Yin, made his move. Endless fire elemental power condensed into a divine bird. It was a three-legged golden bird that was bathed in divine fire. Within the endless fire, there were flame-shaped patterns faintly visible. The three-legged golden bird soared into the sky from Jin Yan's body, then swooped down towards Gu Fei in Luoxia City. Wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. Haha, if it's the real golden crow, then I might be a bit afraid. However, it's just a three-legged bird created by a great technique. Do you think such a great technique can deal with me? This is too funny. Gu Fei laughed. He waved his hand and displayed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky and cut the golden crow into two. The remaining power of the sword light did not dissipate. After splitting open the golden bird, it still slashed towards Jin Yin. What? Jin Yin was incomparably shocked. He pointed out with a finger and directly shattered the incoming sword light. He discovered that the other party's sword light was somewhat similar to the Eastern Earth Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's flying immortal swordsmanship. The Flame Emperor and the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch were allies, so Jin Yin naturally knew about the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch. I'll use you as a test subject. Gu Fei's body shone with dazzling sword light. 9 rays of sword light circled around him. He stretched out his hand and drew one of the sword light into his hand. Vroom. The sound of a sword rang out in the void. Gu Fei waved his hand again, and the sword light that he had drawn into his hand immediately soared into the sky, piercing towards Jin Yin in the sky. Whoosh! At that moment, Jin Yin flipped his right hand and a mirror appeared in his hand. He did not hesitate and directly held the mirror towards the sword light that was piercing towards him. A dazzling mirror light rushed out of the mirror and collided with Gu Fei's heaven-punishing swordsmanship. The two forces dissipated at the same time. The sword light and the mirror light both disappeared into the void. Vroom. The void trembled and the ancient mirror in Jin Yan's hand shook. Runes constantly awakened on the mirror, and an extremely powerful aura of the divine path spread out from the mirror. The Golden Sun Mirror? The Fire Ape Emperor, who had been watching the battle from afar, could not help but be shocked when he saw his master use a ritual implement. Was that young man really that strong? The Golden Sun Mirror was a treasure of the Fire Saint Palace and would not be used lightly. Sky-covering palm. Gu Fei shouted and directly used the sky-covering palm. A giant chaotic palm shot into the sky from Luoxia City and slammed towards Jin Yin. Jin Yin was both shocked and furious. He activated the Golden Sun Mirror with all his might, and beams of fiery light rushed out of it, trying to pierce through the sky-covering palm. However, the power displayed by the sky-covering palm was terrifying. Even the fiery light from the Golden Sun Mirror could not withstand it. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jin Yin was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. Jin Yin roared in anger. He could not accept the fact that he had been sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. The ancient mirror in his hand continued to burst with dazzling divine light. At this time, 9 rays of sword light shot into the sky from Luoxia City and slashed towards Jin Yin. Each ray of sword light was incomparably dazzling and emitted extremely sharp sword chi. Jin Yin was shocked. The opponent's sword light was too similar to the soaring immortal sword light of the ancient heavenly emperor. However, he knew that this was not the soaring immortal sword light. These 9 rays of sword light were much more powerful than the soaring immortal sword light of the ancient heavenly emperor. Swoosh! Just as the 9 sword lights were about to strike Jin Yan's body, Jin Yan's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared into the void in an instant. Jin Yan had actually dodged the attack. Boom! In the next moment, a 3-legged divine bird the size of a mountain rushed out of the void and swooped towards Gu Fei in Luoxia City. The terrifying pressure of a Saint Venerable radiated from the divine bird, causing the surrounding space to collapse and crack. It was terrifying to the extreme. Die! Gu Fei directly punched out. Vast chaotic force surged, and the terrifying fist force directly sent the 3-legged divine bird flying. Blood splattered in the air. Is that all? At this time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and punched again. His fist displayed a terrifying might that caused people's hearts to palpitate. The 3-legged divine bird was blown away once again, and the boundless fire chi dissipated. The projection of the 3-legged divine bird dissipated, and Jin Yan's figure appeared in the void. Chapter 27:01. The golden-haired middle-aged man was the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. Although he was not a pure-blooded Golden Crow, his abilities were definitely on par with a pure-blooded Golden Crow. It was rare to see a pure-blooded Golden Crow in the world. Even in the ancient times, no one had seen a pure-blooded Golden Crow. Some said that the pure-blooded Golden Crow was extinct and that it was impossible for such a Golden Crow to appear in the world again. However, some also said that the pure-blooded descendants of the clan were still alive. They just lived in seclusion and wouldn't come out easily. However, among the descendants of the Golden Crow in the South Mountains of the Heaven Realm, there had never been another pure-blooded Golden Crow. The Golden Crow ancestor's cultivation was undoubtedly strong, but he was still lacking compared to the Fire Emperor. This ancestor was second only to the Fire Emperor in the Fire Clan. However, the Golden Crow ancestor, who was second only to one person in the Southern Mountains Fire Tribe, had suffered a setback. He was actually suppressed by an unknown person. How is this possible? The Fire Ape Emperor and the other experts of the Fire Clan who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. How could the Golden Crow ancestor be defeated? One should know that the Golden Crow ancestor had lived for countless years in the immemorial era. He was a powerful existence in the same era as the Fire Emperor. Back then, the Fire Emperor and the Golden Crow old ancestor were fighting for the control of the fire race. The two experts of the fire race fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the Golden Crow old ancestor was defeated by one move and passed the throne of the fire race. The Golden Crow ancestor had always been arrogant. He had fought countless battles in his life and had only lost once. It was to the Fire Emperor. He lost by one move. Although the Fire Emperor defeated the Golden Crow ancestor and sat on the throne of the Fire Clan, it was a Pyrrhic victory. This was enough to show how strong and terrifying the Golden Crow ancestor was. Like disciple, like master, your disciple is so useless. You are even more useless. Gu Fei soared into the sky in an incomparably powerful manner. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the entire space to tremble under his incomparably powerful aura. A saint and a martial arts saint. At this moment, the old Master Golden Crow could no longer maintain his composure. He was both shocked and enraged. To think that this human would turn out to be a saint of the martial Tao. The path of the martial Tao was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, once one managed to cultivate it, one would be an invincible existence within the same cultivation state. Old Ancestor Golden Crow had experienced that great era, so he naturally knew how powerful and terrifying a martial saint was. Preposterous. So what if you're a martial saint? You still have to die. Gu Fei's disdain and disregard infuriated the Golden Crow patriarch. He summoned the Golden Sun Mirror with all his might, and the ancient mirror immediately turned into a ball of dazzling divine light that soared into the sky like a real sun, illuminating the night sky. 1 into 10, 10 suns illuminate the sky. The golden crow ancestor roared and used all his strength to detonate the power of the golden sun ancient mirror. Boom! The entire sky shook violently as if it was going to flip over. Then, 10 divine suns appeared high up in the sky. This was an extremely shocking scene. 10 divine suns had appeared in the sky, and every single one of them emitted an extremely horrifying energy wave. Especially within the 10 divine suns, there was a faint silhouette of the golden crow. Go to hell. The golden crow patriarch activated the 10 divine suns and slammed them down at Gu Fei. The entire sky was instantly sealed by the power of the 10 suns, cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Humph! Seeing this, Gu Fei did not appear immediately. He allowed the 10 suns to descend from the sky and press down on him. The pressure from the heavens could not affect him at all. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if they were about to collapse. Everyone in the Luoxia city below was stunned. Looking at this scene, everyone's jaws dropped. This scene was way too shocking. At this moment, the power of the pure sun that descended from the sky was extremely powerful. However, in the face of this incomparably powerful attack, Gu Fei was still as calm as the clouds and wind. At this time, all the cultivators in the Luoxia city were on the verge of a mental breakdown. The pressure from the heavens was too powerful and terrifying. Just SOSO. Watch how I break the 10 suns. Gu Fei was bursting with confidence. He just punched upwards, and the powerful power of the great path immediately surged out from his fist. Just this blow alone shook the heavens and earth. Boom! With a loud noise, the martial arts power that erupted from Gu Fei's fist collided with the 10 divine suns that descended from the sky. The 10 suns trembled at the same time. The power of the 10 suns was so powerful that even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Although his punch blocked the 10 suns from descending, the 10 divine suns were not destroyed by him. Good heavens! Gu Fei knew that if he did not get serious, he would not be able to defeat this guy. Take another punch from me. Gu Fei roared and once again punched upwards with his right fist. The strongest power erupted, and an indomitable aura erupted from his body. 9 chaotic Tao patterns emerged on Gu Fei's body, and the powerful pressure of a saint venerate erupted from his body, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Even a saint would have to bow down in front of Gu Fei. Boom! 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 3 divine suns exploded under Gu Fei's fist. The sun Tao patterns dissipated in the void, and the monstrous fire swept up to the sky, burning the void until it was annihilated. What? The golden crow great ancestor looked at this scene in disbelief. The strength of his opponent had exceeded his imagination. A saint venerate of the martial way was really invincible among those of the same level. Fight! The golden crow great ancestor gritted his teeth and continued to direct the remaining 7 divine suns to suppress Gu Fei. The golden crow's shadow inside the 7 divine suns became clearer, emitting the might of the golden crow. The innate divine bird flapped its wings inside the divine suns. A terrifying power of destruction spread out from the 7 divine suns. The void was annihilated, and the chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Each of the divine suns emitted a terrifying power that could destroy the world. It was like the end of the world. Master, the Fire Ape Emperor was dumbfounded at this scene. This was the first time he saw his master go all out. This made him nervous and excited. Gu Fei is in trouble. Far in the sky, the old tortoise stood on the clouds and muttered to himself. The old golden crow's cultivation was not weak, which made the old tortoise appreciate his talent. It would be great if he could make the old golden crow join his side. The old tortoise knew Gu Fei's temper. Once this guy got serious, he might accidentally kill the old golden crow. Chapter 2702. 7 destructive suns descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure caused the world to crumble. The sky above Luoxia City was destroyed, turning the void into a chaotic void. I want you to accept your defeat wholeheartedly. On Gu Fei's body, 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. He soared into the sky and completely ignored the 7 divine suns that were pressing down. Then, he swung his fists and smashed them directly at the divine suns. Is he crazy? Seeing Gu Fei's actions, the Fire Ape Emperor and the other experts of the Fiery Saint Palace were stunned. This man actually dared to go head-on against the old ancestor. Everyone found it hard to believe. However, a scene that shocked the Fire Ape Emperor and the others even more happened. The human punched out and a divine sun that exuded a torrential aura of destruction exploded. The golden raven shadow inside the divine sun shrieked and dissipated. This is unbelievable. All the experts of the Fiery Saint Palace were petrified. They stood there blankly, forgetting to think. Even the Fire Ape Emperor, a saint-level expert, felt his mind going blank. At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his peerless battle prowess. With a single punch, he actually managed to blow up all 7 divine suns. Kacha! The sound of something shattering was heard. An ancient mirror was destroyed in the blazing sunfire. An ancient saint weapon was destroyed just like that. The blazing sunfire covered the entire sky. Gu Fei's figure moved rapidly in the sea of fire, heading straight for the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. The battle between 2 Saint Venerables was so intense that even the heavenly Tao was trembling. Even some of the super antiques that had been in slumber for countless years were awakened. Normally, the Fire Emperor should have sensed a battle of this level long ago. However, the Fire Emperor had yet to appear. Humph! The Golden Crow Old Ancestor provoked him. It's his bad luck. A figure appeared in the sky. When he saw the person fighting with the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, he couldn't help but be shocked. But he quickly calmed down. Bam! At this moment, a muffled sound came from the sea of fire. Then, a figure flew out from the sea of fire. Drops of blood dripped down from the sky. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been thoroughly defeated. Close combat had always been the advantage of cultivators. Once a cultivator closed in on them, it would be a tragedy. With just one punch, Gu Fei had turned the once insufferably arrogant Golden Crow Patriarch, who had only been defeated once in his life, into a black eye, and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Ancestor Golden Crow was inconsolable. When he stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he came to a stop, he saw a figure flash before his eyes. That human had already appeared before him and punched out. That hateful fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes and finally blocked everything. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei punched Patriarch Golden Crow's nose bridge and broke it, causing his nose to bleed profusely. But to the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, the pain on his body was nothing. What he truly cared about was the contempt and disdain that the other party had towards him. Kill! Fire-shaped Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on the Golden Crow Old Ancestor's body. A supreme Saint Venerable aura emanated from his body. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The Golden Crow Old Ancestor opened his mouth and spat out a huge seal. This was a fire seal that was shrouded in raging flames. The aura that emanated from the fire seal was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist had arrived in front of the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. Without thinking, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor used the fire seal, wanting to suppress Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei did not care about the fire seal. He punched out and landed on the fire seal, causing it to tremble violently. When Gu Fei saw that this fire seal was able to withstand his punch and did not shatter, he knew that this fire seal was not simple. It was not something that an ordinary Saint Venerable artifact could compare to. At this moment, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was already stunned by the battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed. It was no longer as simple as being moved. Others might not know the power of this fire seal, but he was very clear that this fire seal was an ancestral artifact of the Golden Crow clan. It would not be used casually. Bang! Gu Fei punched the fire seal again. This time, the fire seal was actually blown away. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor quickly retreated. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up to the Golden Crow Ancestor and stomped down. This was the 8 kill steps, causing the entire space to tremble. Bang! The Golden Crow Old Ancestor was directly trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei. He fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into a mountain peak with a boom. Rumble. The mountain collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose high into the sky. The descending golden crow old ancestor had directly smashed a mountain into pieces. Roar. The golden crow old ancestor's deep roar came from the billowing dust. He had never suffered such a heavy blow before. He had never been in such a miserable state. Trying to kill me? What a joke. High up in the sky, Gu Fei looked down at the billowing dust and said disdainfully. Then, 9 primordial Tao patterns rushed out from his body and turned into 9 primordial sword lights. Each of the sword lights emitted extremely sharp sword chi waves. This was the sword intent of the heaven-punishing 9 swords. Gu Fei directly used the heaven-punishing 9 swords. With a wave of his hand, the 9 sword lights immediately soared into the sky and slashed downwards. The primordial sword lights were like rainbows that directly pierced through the void. The 9 sword lights descended from the sky and destroyed the void, causing the ground below to tremble violently. The 9 sword lights all slashed towards the golden crow old ancestor. The golden crow old ancestor turned pale with fright. He immediately crushed a jade talisman and escaped just as the 9 sword lights were about to descend. Go. The fire ape emperor immediately turned and left. Even his master had escaped. How would he dare to stay here? If that martial Saint Venerable were to attack him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Why hasn't the fire emperor appeared yet? Up in the sky, the southern mountains god emperor muttered to himself. He initially thought that this battle would alarm the fire emperor. Then, the fire emperor would fight against Gu Fei, and both sides would suffer. However, this was all in the southern mountains god emperor's imagination. When the golden crow old ancestor was defeated by Gu Fei, the fire emperor still hadn't appeared. Roar. Chapter 2703. The golden crow old ancestor was defeated. This battle had a far-reaching impact, causing all the big shots in the southern mountains to remember Luoxia City. Even the southern mountains' divine emperor didn't dare to provoke Gu Fei's group. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle had spread for billions of miles. As long as the fire emperor was in the southern mountains, there was no reason he wouldn't be able to sense it. However, the fire emperor didn't appear. The experts of the Fire Saint Palace immediately retreated when they saw the golden crow old ancestor's defeat. No one dared to stay. They ran away faster than rabbits. Gu Fei didn't chase after the golden crow old ancestor. The golden crow old ancestor wasn't a match for him. He didn't even use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to defeat the golden crow old ancestor. Although the golden crow old ancestor was powerful, he wasn't a threat to Yi Futyin. Killing such an existence wouldn't affect Yi Futyin much. Of course, if the golden crow old ancestor was a subordinate of the primordial Emperor Xian, Gu Fei wouldn't show any mercy. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of the fire emperor either. In fact, he had an invincible Tao heart ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation. He had never been afraid of any opponent. Even if he wasn't a match for his opponent, he would retreat first and work hard to improve his cultivation. In the end, he would trample his opponent under his feet. The Fire Emperor was definitely not a strong opponent. Although he had formed an alliance with the primordial Heavenly Emperor, he didn't make a move when Gu Fei attacked the primordial Heavenly Emperor's lair. Gu Fei didn't want to be enemies with the Fire Emperor either. He already had enough enemies. Of course, if the Fire Emperor really wanted to stand up for the Golden Crow old ancestor, he wouldn't mind beating the Fire Emperor up. The end of the battle shocked everyone. Soon, the great sects and clans in the southern mountains learned of Gu Fei's identity and origin. Back then, Gu Fei had become enemies with the primordial Heavenly Emperor in the eastern earth of the Heaven Realm. Some people also dug out the Violet Emperor of the Eastern Earth. He even killed the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor was the primordial Heavenly Emperor's only son. Gu Fei's killing of the Violet Emperor meant that he had formed an irreconcilable feud with the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Gu Fei did not return to Luoxia City. Instead, he returned to his courtyard in the mountains. Everyone knew that Gu Fei would win. Old Tortoise had already returned to the side courtyard. Yan and Guling came out from the side courtyard to welcome Gu Fei. "Dad, Your sword technique is too cool. Teach it to me. As soon as Gu Fei sat down, Gu Ling hugged his right arm. Haha, only now do you realize how handsome your father is. Gu Fei reached out and rubbed Gu Ling's head as he said with a smile. Haha, father, you're too narcissistic. I'm saying that your sword technique is cool, not that you're handsome. Gu Ling said cunningly. Ling don't mess around, Yin said. Gu Ling stuck his tongue out at Yin but he still didn't want Gu Fei to teach him that extremely handsome and extremely powerful sword technique. Helpless, Gu Fei imparted the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords to his precious daughter. The 9 heaven punishing swords was a supreme sword Tao. Not everyone could comprehend it. Although Gu Fei had imparted the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords to Gu Ling, how could Gu Ling comprehend it in such a short time? She was only interested in learning this sword technique because she pestered Gu Fei to learn it. However, she soon discovered that the sovereign sword Tao was not something that she could comprehend at her current level. Thus, she tossed the sovereign sword Tao aside. On the second day of the battle, someone came to visit Gu Fei. It was the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. However, this emissary of the Southern Mountains God Emperor was chased away by Baron before he could even enter the courtyard. This Southern Mountains God Emperor is too insincere. This was Balan's explanation for the envoy, who chased away the Southern Mountains God Emperor's envoy. Following that, all the sects and clans of the Southern Mountains sent people over. No one dared to ignore a ferocious person like Gu Fei. Gu Fei's deeds in the eastern lands of the heavenly realm had already spread to the southern mountains. This ruthless person actually dared to go to the lair of the ancient heavenly emperor to undergo his tribulation. He even attacked the lair of the ancient heavenly emperor and killed one of his powerful clones. Who was the ancient heavenly emperor? He was the ruler of the entire eastern lands of the heavenly realm. Compared to the fire emperor, he was even more powerful and mysterious. Gu Fei was already regarded as the most dangerous person in the heavenly realm by all the sects and clans. They didn't want to offend this peerless villain. However, the various forces of the Southern Mountains God Emperor only sent envoys to probe Gu Fei. Hence, these envoys ended up the same as the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. These people are too insincere. Balan's words were still the same. This surprised all the great sects and clans, but it was within the expectations of the rulers of these great sects and clans. Gu Fei was a fierce god who wouldn't submit to just anyone. Even the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor was chased away by him. The envoys of the other sects and clans were nothing to him. The courtyard, which was originally peaceful, was bustling with activity these few days. Countless people wanted to meet Gu Fei, and some even came to ask him to be their master. Outside the gate of the courtyard, there were many youths who came to ask for a master. My boss doesn't accept disciples. Balan had become the guardian of the courtyard's gate. He stopped everyone from entering, be it the envoys of the sects or clans, or the youths who wanted to learn from him. In fact, some of these youths were talented, but Gu Fei was unmoved. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept disciples, but it wasn't that easy to become his disciple. A long time ago, Gu Fei had a plan to accept 5 disciples: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 5 elements, Gu Fei had already accepted disciples of metal, wood, water, and fire. Among these 4 disciples, one was his daughter, and the other was his grand disciple. Now, he only lacked 1 disciple, and that was an earth elemental disciple. 5 elements is 1. Gu Fei really wanted to know how powerful these 5 disciples would be once they fully matured. This could be said to be Gu Fei's ambition. Since ancient times, there had never been a 5 elemental cultivator who could shake the world. This was Gu Fei's own idea. He had a premonition that 5 element martial artists could absolutely become the strongest existence in this world. Gu Fei sent a sound transmission to Balan, who was guarding outside the courtyard, telling him to let those who came to ask for a master kneel there. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could accept a disciple with an earth elemental physique. However, these young people kneeling outside the courtyard did not meet Gu Fei's standards. Gu Fei knew that the sects and clans of the Southern Mountains range had sent their most outstanding disciples of the younger generation to the courtyard where Gu Fei was. Actually, all the forces of the Southern Mountains range wanted to rope in Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was a peerless savage. Whoever could rope in Gu Fei would have the qualifications to be the overlord of the Southern Mountains range. Who didn't want to be the overlord of the Southern Mountains range? All the clans in the Heaven Realm had the ambition to be the overlord. However, not everyone had the qualifications to be the overlord. The appearance of Gu Fei was the hope of all the clans. Of course, the tricks of the clans in the Southern Mountains range could not be hidden from Gu Fei. He did not want to become the pawn of the clans in the Southern Mountains range. However, the news of Gu Fei accepting a disciple had spread far and wide. As a result, more people kneeled outside the courtyard. These people wanted to try their luck. However, after half a month, Gu Fei did not appear at all. No one had become Gu Fei's disciple either. Thus, many people retreated, but many continued to persist. Half a year had passed. Gu Fei was still living a peaceful life in the courtyard. He grew flowers and fished. Days passed just like that. Gu Ling, on the other hand, was extremely wild. She disappeared every other day. Her disciple, Yin Er, was very obedient and did not go crazy with Gu Ling. Yin Er cultivated very hard. She had the wood elemental physique and the innate Dao eyes. This kind of physique was absolutely heaven-defying. Under Gu Fei's personal guidance, Yin Er's cultivation level increased rapidly. The wood elemental martial physique had an innate advantage. Her body contained a large amount of vitality. This kind of physique, when cultivated to the great success realm, was simply immortal. Yin Er quickly cultivated to the immortal realm. She directly underwent the tribulation in Gu Fei's inner world. She became the fastest disciple among Gu Fei's disciples to become an immortal. After Yin Er became an immortal, the happiest person was the old city lord of Luoxia City. In the past half a year, the number of people who wanted to become Gu Fei's disciple had increased. Every day, when the sun rose, there would be countless people kneeling outside the courtyard. Such a scene was truly too spectacular. Even Balan could not help but be amazed. Gu Fei's charm was too great. However, after nightfall, the countless young men who kneeled outside for a day began to return home. There were not many who actually stayed. One had to know that most of these young men came from the clans and sects in the Southern Mountains range. They were all proud people. They would have long cursed if they had to kneel here for a day. Among these countless young men, there were not many who really wanted to become a disciple. However, after Gu Fei defeated the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, the Fire Emperor did not come looking for trouble with Gu Fei. There was not even a shadow of the Fire Emperor, let alone challenging Gu Fei. The attitude of the Fire Emperor surprised all the sects and clans in the Southern Mountains range. This was not the style of the Fire Emperor, who had always been strong. One had to know that ever since the Fire Emperor woke up from his long slumber, he had been fighting until he conquered half of the Southern Mountains range. Only then did he stop expanding his territory. No one knew what the Fire Emperor was doing. The moon in the sky. At this time, Gu Fei stood by the lake in the courtyard and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Today was an important festival on the Kunlun ancestral planet in the human realm. It was called the Mid-Autumn Festival. This was a festival of reunion. Gu Fei thought of many things. Some long-lost memories resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 2704. A peaceful life was what Gu Fei yearned for, but he also knew that it was only temporary. Ever since Gu Fei defeated the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, Luoxia City became lively. The city was bustling with people and cultivators could be seen everywhere. Not only the major forces of the Southern Mountains, but all the super forces of the heavenly domain had their eyes on this inconspicuous little city. Luoxia City was originally one of the countless cities under the Southern Mountains God Emperor's control. It was located in a remote area and the city lord was an old immortal emperor. The Southern Mountains God Emperor never expected that a lowly city lord under him would have a connection with Gu Fei's mission. This was definitely a good thing for the Southern Mountains God Emperor. With the Luoxia city lord as the middleman, he and Gu Fei would have a chance to join forces. The alliance between the Fire Emperor and the ancient Heavenly Emperor made the Southern Mountains God Emperor feel a great threat. If these two emperors joined forces against him, he would lose his territory. Fortunately, Gu Fei's appearance had completely disrupted the plans of the Fire Emperor and the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Without the ancient true body, it was impossible for him to contend against Gu Fei. If he could join forces with Gu Fei, he would have a chance to take back half of the Southern Mountains. However, the Southern Mountains God Emperor also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. It was impossible for a peerless person like Gu Fei not to know the reason why he was looking for him. No one was willing to be used by others, especially by those incomparably powerful existences. The peaceful days continued to pass day by day. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. On a rugged mountain path 100 miles away from Luoxia City, an old man in ragged clothes was leading a 7- or 8-year-old boy towards Luoxia City. "Grandpa, drink some water first." The little boy took the gourd from his waist and handed it to the old man. "Grandpa is not thirsty." The ragged old man was sweating profusely. His clothes were drenched in sweat. He wore a straw hat and reached out to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. "Grandpa, we've been walking for half a day. Why don't we find a place to rest before we continue?" The little boy said. His clothes were tattered, and his face was dirty. However, his big eyes were black and shiny, and they exuded a spiritual aura. "All right." The old man patted the little boy's head and looked around. He saw a small forest by the side of the mountain path, so he led the little boy to the small forest. The scorching sun scorched the earth, making it very stuffy. The old man brought the little boy into the woods and sat on the grass, enjoying the rare coolness. "Grandpa, is the person you mentioned willing to accept me as his disciple?" The little boy asked the old man innocently. "Yes, he will definitely accept you as his disciple." The old man looked at the little boy and said seriously, "Is that person very powerful? Can he beat those bad guys?" The little boy tilted his head and said, "That person is definitely the strongest existence in this world. Those bad guys are no match for him at all." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes became incomparably deep. "If that's the case, then I will worship him as my teacher and ask him to teach me the most powerful ability. Then, I will avenge my parents." The little boy said fiercely. His eyes were red. "That's a must. You have to kill those people yourself." The old man seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled and his eyes became incomparably fierce. "Yes, Grandpa." A childish voice sounded. "All right, let's continue our journey." The old man stood up from the ground and said to the little boy, "This pair of grandfather and grandson had a story. They didn't seem to be ordinary people." The old man's face was a little pale. Although his clothes were tattered, his exposed hands were white and flawless, as if they were carved from divine jade. The little boy was also not an ordinary little boy. Although he was dirty from head to toe, he was a piece of unpolished jade. The grandfather and grandson continued their journey. The mountain road was rugged, but they didn't walk slowly. When the sun went down, the grandfather and grandson arrived outside Luoxia City. They took advantage of the fact that the city gate hadn't been closed yet and entered Luoxia City. The grandfather and grandson didn't have anything valuable on them. They couldn't afford to stay in an inn. They could only spread a layer of withered grass in a small corner of an alley. Then, they lay on the withered grass and rested. The next day, at dawn, the old man and the little boy got up. They inquired about the city and went directly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. At this time, in the city lord's mansion of Luoxia City, the old city lord was holding a banquet. Because today was very special, the old city lord's granddaughter had returned. This made the old city lord very happy. Yin hadn't left the courtyard for more than half a year. Since Gu Fei's family lived in the courtyard, the old city lord moved to Luoxia City. This was because Gu Fei liked peace and quiet and didn't want to be disturbed. In fact, even if the old city lord also lived in the courtyard, he wouldn't be able to see his precious granddaughter. This was because Yin usually cultivated in Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei's inner world was full of spiritual qi. It was a treasure land that countless cultivators dreamed of for a long time. Cultivating in such a place would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. On this day, Yen asked for a day's leave from her grandmaster and returned to Luoxia City to visit her grandfather. This was a family banquet. Although there were only the old city lord and Yen, the dishes on the table were incomparably sumptuous. One must know that the old city lord was an immortal emperor, so he could get some rare delicacies. Just as the old city lord was holding a banquet to welcome Yen, two ragged people appeared outside the city lord's mansion. One of them was an old man, and the other was a little boy. The old man led the little boy directly to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Halt! An armored guard standing outside the gate of the city lord's mansion immediately blocked the old man and the little boy with a divine spear in his hand. We want to see the city lord. Please pass a message for us. The old man said politely to the guard. What? The guard thought that he had misheard. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He then looked at the old man and the little boy from head to toe. Hurry up and get out of here. Our city lord is not someone you can see. The guard waved his hand disdainfully and said, These two fellows were even worse than the beggars in the city. The fact that they wanted to see the city lord made the guard feel incredulous. He couldn't imagine what kind of relationship the city lord had with these people. Please pass a message for us. We really want to see the city lord. The old man refused to leave. Io, are you done yet? The guard was annoyed. He glared at the old man and swept the divine spear in his hand. Just as the guard's divine spear was about to hit the old man, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the guard's divine spear. Don't hit my grandpa. A childish voice was heard. The person who grabbed the divine spear was the little boy standing next to the old man. What? The guard was extremely shocked. He never expected a 7- or 8-year-old boy to be able to grab his divine spear. He wanted to pull the divine spear back. However, he realized that he couldn't. The little boy's strength was shocking. Roar! The guard roared and exerted his strength. However, at this moment, the little boy suddenly let go. The guard didn't expect the little boy to let go of his spear so suddenly. He immediately lost his balance and took a few steps back. Bam! His back hit the wall hard. You! The guard was furious. He raised the divine spear in his hand and stabbed it at the little boy. Oomph! You've gone too far. The old man snorted angrily and took a step forward. A powerful aura immediately erupted from his body, and his turbid eyes shone with a bright light. Who are you? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? The guard was shocked and quickly stopped. These two grandfather-granddaughter pair were not ordinary. Perhaps they really had some background. Could it be that they really knew the city lord? The guard was not stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to guard the gate. Not everyone could be a guard at the gate of the city lord's mansion. What's going on? At this moment, a divine general walked out. Sir, these two men wish to pay a visit to the city lord. The guard said to the divine general, You want to see the city lord? The divine general couldn't help but size up the old man and the little boy. He frowned as he couldn't see through the duo. The city lord has something to do today. He has given the order that no one is to disturb him. You two should go back. The divine general said to the old man, Humph, how arrogant. The old man sneered. What did you say? The divine general's eyes immediately shone with an extremely sharp light. He stared at the old man as a powerful aura of the divine way radiated from him. Immortal spirit. The old man's eyes lit up. He wouldn't care about immortal spirits under normal circumstances. But now, his cultivation base was half crippled. With his cultivation base half crippled, he was no match for an immortal spirit. We're not people you can afford to offend. You'd better ask the city lord to come out, the old man said. At this moment, the divine general was bewildered and uncertain. All right. The divine general thought for a moment before he turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. Soon, the divine general came out again. He opened the gate and welcomed the old man and the little boy. Then, he led the old man and the little boy into a courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. In the courtyard, an old man and a young girl were having a meal under a big tree. You two want to see me? The old city lord stood up and looked at the two people in front of him curiously. Although they were dressed shabbily, their temperament was extraordinary. Not bad. The old man nodded. Chapter 2705. Who are you people? The old city lord looked at the two people in front of him and asked directly. Yen was also very curious. She was born with the Tao eye, so she could naturally see the little boy's physique. Because of this, she was extremely shocked. Although the old city lord was an immortal emperor, he couldn't see the little boy's physique. I want to ask the city lord to introduce me to a person called Gu Fei. The old man calmly stated the purpose of his visit. At this time, the little boy next to the old man was staring at the table of sumptuous delicacies in front of him, constantly devouring them. Do you want to eat? Then come over here. Yen waved at the little boy and said, Are you talking to me? The little boy pointed at himself in surprise. Haha, interesting. Is there anyone else here besides you? Yen said with a smile. Grandpa. The little boy looked up at the old man. Although he was very hungry, he hadn't eaten anything since the morning. Although he wanted to go over and have a big meal, he endured it. Go, the old man said. The little boy was immediately overjoyed. He immediately rushed over, stretched out his dirty little hand, grabbed a piece of 9-colored deer meat, and ate it. This was the meat of the 9-colored spirit deer, which contained spiritual energy. Soon, the little boy's mouth and nose were inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in the 9-colored deer meat was dissolved in his body. Seeing this scene, the old immortal emperor was extremely shocked. This little boy was very unusual. He could actually directly dissolve the spiritual energy contained in the 9-colored deer meat. The little boy didn't cultivate any cultivation method, but his body was tempered to be very strong. He was like an unpolished jade. The old city lord was extremely shocked. With this little boy's physique, he was definitely a genius that all the sects would fight to recruit into their sect. Soon, a piece of 9-colored deer meat, weighing several jin, was completely devoured by the little boy. Then, he wiped his mouth and directly grabbed a piece of golden-winged tiger meat that was roasted golden and glossy. In a short while, the little boy ate another piece of golden-winged tiger meat that weighed several jin. It's too delicious, the little boy said while sucking his fingers. Is it delicious? Eat more then. Yen looked at the little boy and said with a smile. Thank you, sister. The little boy smiled happily. His smile was pure and his teeth were white as snow. Then, he started to eat. It was hard to imagine that this little boy's stomach could actually hold so much food. You want to see Lord Gu Fei? The old city lord was very surprised. One must know that there were countless people who wanted to meet Gu Fei through him, but he rejected all of them. That was because the old city lord knew that in front of Gu Fei, he was basically nothing. Moreover, Gu Fei liked silence, and no one dared to disturb him. But this time, the old city lord felt that something was amiss. That's right, you just need to say that we're from the Supreme Profound Sect. The old man was very calm. Even though his cultivation was half crippled and he wasn't the old city lord's opponent, he still had a wave of arrogance that wasn't weaker than others. Supreme Mystery Sect. The old city lord could not help but feel a little puzzled. Did the Supreme Mystery Sect exist in the heaven realm? The old city lord searched his mind for a long time, but he had no clue. Naturally, he had not heard of the Supreme Mystery Sect. It should be known that the Supreme Mystery Sect was not a sect in the heaven realm, but a sect in the mortal world. Moreover, the Supreme Mystery Sect had long been destroyed. In the heaven realm, there were not many people who knew about the Supreme Mystery Sect. Grandpa, why don't I go back to the courtyard? Yen suddenly said. You want to? The old city lord guessed what Yen wanted to do. I want to take this little brother to see the Grandmaster. Yen said very seriously. The old city lord was a little unhappy when he heard this. It should be known that Yen had just returned. That's it, Yen said. She was a very assertive person. This old man was different from the little boy. Although his clothes were ragged, his flaws could not be concealed. She decided to help the grandfather and grandson. Thank you very much, little girl. The old man said to Yen. Old man, come and eat some too. Yen said to the old man. Then it is better to be polite than to be polite. The old man was not a person who cared about trifles. As he spoke, he walked over and sat down directly at the table. He reached out and grabbed the food on the table and began to eat. The old city lord was very unhappy when he saw this scene. He lowered his head and drank alone. After eating and drinking, Yin asked someone to take the old man and the little boy to take a bath and change clothes. When the grandfather and grandson appeared in front of the old city lord and Yin again, the old city lord and Yin-er's eyes lit up. After the old man and the little boy took a bath and changed clothes, their aura had changed dramatically. Although the old man's hair was white, there was a kind of extraordinary temperament in his movements. And the little boy was even more beautiful, like a celestial child who had fallen from the ninth heaven to the mortal world. The old city lord was shocked. Although he had already seen that the old man and the little boy were different, he never thought that the old man and the little boy would have such extraordinary temperament. What a cute little brother. Yin walked over and reached out to pinch the little boy's face. It hurts. The little boy immediately hid behind the old man. Okay, I will take you to see the Grandmaster now, Yin said and led the old man and the little boy to the Luoxia city's teleportation formation. The courtyard was in the mountains. She did not want people to know that she had returned to Luoxia city. Yin, the old man, and the little boy boarded the teleportation formation. Yin bid farewell to the old city lord, then activated the teleportation formation and disappeared from the formation platform. The next moment, a teleportation formation platform in the courtyard lit up. A mass of divine light emerged from the platform and a void door appeared on the platform. Then, the divine light dissipated and 3 figures appeared on the platform. They were an old man in purple, a girl in white, and a little boy. Yin, why are you back so soon? Next to the small lake in the courtyard, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a big stone and fishing, suddenly looked in the direction of the teleportation formation platform and said to himself. He was very satisfied with his grand disciple. It should be known that Yin had cultivated to the immortal realm in half a year. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Well, why did Yin bring back 2 people? Gu Fei said with some surprise. He sensed 2 unfamiliar auras, one of which caused him to involuntarily be moved. At this time, Yin had already led the old man and the little boy down from the formation platform and walked towards the small lake where Gu Fei was. Yin received a message from Gu Fei, asking her to bring the 2 people to see him immediately. Yin naturally had to obey the Grandmaster's order. She quickly led the old man and the little boy through the palace hall and came to the lake. You are Gu Fei. Before Yin could speak, the old man had already rushed to speak. This shocked Yin. This person dared to speak to the Grandmaster like this. Yes. Gu Fei put down the fishing rod in his hand, then stood up and looked at the old man. Do you know the Taishin sect? The old man thought for a moment. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei's expression immediately became serious. So you do know the Taishin sect. It seems that we have found the right person. The old man said. Who are you? Gu Fei quickly calmed down and said to the old man. We are from the Zhao family of the ancients. The old man did not hesitate and directly told him where he came from. It turned out that the old man and the little boy were from the Zhao family of the ancients. There was a member of the Zhao family who had been left outside. That member was Zhao Ziru. When the Taishin sect's great calamity came, the Zhao family of the ancients recognized that Zhao Ziru was a member of the Zhao family, so they introduced her to the Zhao family. At that time, a genius of the Zhao family who was qualified to compete for the position of clan leader was Zhao Ziru's brother. Super forces like the Zhao family of the ancients were full of all kinds of open and secret struggles. The other geniuses of the Zhao family were all eyeing the position of clan leader. As early as a few years ago, Zhao Ziru's brother was plotted against and fell in the wilderness thousands of miles away from the Zhao family of the ancients. The Zhao family that Zhao Ziru belonged to was at a disadvantage in the battle. In order to protect her nephew, Zhao Ziru asked the old man to bring her nephew to find Gu Fei. As for Zhao Ziru herself, she was still dealing with the other factions in the family. After listening to the old man's story, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. So junior sister Zhao Ziru was actually a member of the Zhao family of the ancients. Moreover, she was still alive. However, since she was still alive, why didn't she acknowledge him? Gu Fei could not understand. Moreover, He also wanted to know how many of his fellow disciples had survived after the Great Calamity. Rebuilding the Taishan sect had always been his dream. He could not wait to go to the Zhao family of the ancients in the heaven realm, but then he calmed down. Since Zhao Ziru was not willing to recognize him, there must be a reason. This little guy is junior sister Zhao Ziru's nephew. Gu Fei looked at the little boy standing under the big rock and said, "This is." When Gu Fei carefully observed the little boy with his martial path heavenly eye, he was shocked to find that the little boy actually had an earth elemental physique. "What's your name?" Gu Fei asked the little boy. "My name is Zhao Hao." The little boy said, Good name." Gu Fei nodded, then said to the old man, "You came to find me because you want me to avenge Zhao Ziru's brother, right?" "No. I hope that you can take little Hao as your disciple. He must avenge himself. He can't let others do it," the old man said with a solemn expression. "Oh." Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but look at the old man and the little boy under the big rock with interest. Chapter 2706. The old man Zhao Chongqing and his grandson Zhao Hao stayed in the courtyard. Zhao Hao is actually Zhao Ziru's nephew, which made Gu Fei incomparably shocked, especially Zhao Ziru's identity. Zhao Ziru was actually a member of the primordial Zhao clan. This was something that Gu Fei would never have thought of. Zhao Ziru's wandering outside was probably the result of the various factions in the Zhao clan fighting for power. This was something that often happened within the large clans. Moreover, the internal strife within the primordial Zhao family was even more brutal and merciless. Some people would do anything just to get ahead. The Zhao family of the ancients also had a stronghold in the heaven realm. In fact, to a certain extent, the Zhao family of the ancients in the heaven realm and the Zhao family of the ancients in the human world were of the same origin. However, things were different now. After countless years, the desolate Zhao family in the heaven realm had changed. Someone wanted to draw a clear line between them and the desolate Zhao family in the human realm. When Zhao Ziru came to the heaven realm, her life would definitely not be easy. Her brother had already been plotted against and died, leaving behind a nephew. She could not protect this nephew, so she could only send this nephew to find Gu Fei. Ever since Gu Fei defeated the Golden Crow old ancestor, his name had already resounded throughout the heaven realm, and he was known as the Peerless Savage. If there was a person in the heaven realm that could not be provoked, it would not be those emperors, nor would it be those great ferocious beasts. It would be Gu Fei, the peerless ferocious man. After hearing about Zhao Ziru's news, Gu Fei wished that he could immediately fly to the northern snow region of the heaven realm to look for Zhao Ziru. To the north of the heaven realm was a snowy region. There were two great forces there. One was the snowy heavenly palace, and the other was the desolate ancient Zhao family. The heavenly palace of the snow domain was very mysterious. Very few people from the heavenly palace of the snow domain left the heavenly palace of the snow domain. Some people said that the heavenly palace's inheritors were all women. Compared to the mysteriousness of the heavenly snow palace, the desolate Zhao family in the heaven realm was very high profile. The desolate Zhao family in the heaven realm had produced many strong warriors. Among them, Zhao Wudi was an invincible existence among the younger generation. He had never been defeated since he started cultivating. The goddess wants to control the entire heaven realm's Zhao family as soon as she arrived? Dream on, haha. On the peak of a sky-reaching snowy mountain in the endless snow region in the north, a wild laughter came from a palace. That's right. Just a few small fries from the lower realm want to act like a tyrant in our Zhao family? You're looking down on us too much. Someone in the hall chimed in. However, that divine daughter is not to be underestimated. She has a forbidden artifact protecting her. It will be quite difficult to kill her. Someone said, forbidden tools aren't omnipotent. She managed to escape this time, but she won't be so lucky next time. In the main hall, on the throne, a figure suddenly raised his head. Two incomparably sharp eyes flashed like lightning. At this moment, in the endless snow region in the north, there was a cave in a desolate mountain range. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the cave. It was a woman with a ferocious bronze mask on her face. At this moment, the woman was surrounded by divine light, and 9 Tao patterns appeared in the void around her. The aura of the great path filled the cave. There were bloodstains on the woman's chest. Clearly, she was injured. How dare you, Zhao Wudi? Sooner or later, you will regret what happened today. The masked woman muttered to herself. In the northern snow region, something happened in the Zhao family of the ancients in the heaven realm. The people from the lower realm were plotted against. Even the divine daughter almost died. When the news spread, the other forces in the northern snow region were shocked. The northern snow region was extremely vast. Although it was a world of ice and snow, there were still many forces. After all, there were many treasures here. For example, the ancestral land of the Zhao family of the ancients in the northern snow region was a land of immortals. Not only was there no ice and snow, but it was also filled with spiritual energy. It was as warm as spring. Some forces even opened up their own grotto heavens. Some people guessed that the heavenly palace of the snow region had opened up a grotto heavens or even a divine land. Otherwise, how could no one know where the heavenly palace of the snow region was located? While the Zhao family was in trouble, the old man Zhao Chongqing and the little boy Zhao Hao settled down in a courtyard in the Luoxia city of the southern mountains. There, they no longer had to be afraid. Although the Zhao family of the Shui region did not dare to openly kill Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Hao, they had secretly hired assassins to assassinate the two grandfather-grandsons. Zhao Chongqing almost died under the sword of one of the assassins. Even though he survived, his cultivation was half crippled. He fell from the immortal emperor realm to the immortal god realm. Moreover, after the battle with the assassin, Zhao Chongqing was left with internal injuries. What kind of person was Gu Fei? He naturally saw through Zhao Chongqing's problem at a glance. He personally took action and forced out the sword qi that had invaded Zhao Chongqing's body. In just a few short days, Zhao Chongqing's internal injuries were completely healed, and his cultivation base was almost restored. At the same time, Zhao Hao became Gu Fei's disciple. In this way, Zhao Hao became Yin Er's uncle master. This really made Yin Er depressed for a few days. In a quiet room in the courtyard, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a praying mat. In front of him was a little boy who looked like he was carved out of jade. This person was Zhao Hao. Do you know the reason why I accepted you as my disciple? Gu Fei looked at Zhao Hao calmly and said, It's because of my physique. Zhao Hao said. Although he was still young, he had become much more mature after experiencing such a huge change. You're right. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple is not because you're Zhao Ziru's nephew, but because you're a promising talent. Gu Fei nodded and said. He was also very surprised that this nephew of Zhao Ziru actually had the earth elemental physique. Moreover, this boy didn't cultivate any cultivation technique. In this way, Gu Fei had saved a lot of effort in guiding him to the martial Tao. Many thanks for your help, master. Zhao Hao kowtowed to Gu Fei and said, All right, there's no need to stand on ceremony between you and me. Just do as you please. Gu Fei said, Yes, master. Zhao Hao said, Since you've become my disciple, I'll teach you supreme techniques. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He pointed his finger at Zhao Hao's forehead and imprinted the first part of the martial scripture into Zhao Hao's mind. Zhao Hao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he carefully studied the martial scripture that suddenly appeared in his mind. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to become strong and then find Zhao Wudi to take revenge. Zhao Wudi was the rising star of the Zhao clan of Shuiyu. He was said to be the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhao clan. He was invincible in the entire Shuiyu. Even some of the older generation of experts weren't his match. Of course, the Zhao clan of Shuiyu wasn't the only superpower in the northern Shuiyu. There was also the heavenly palace of Shuiyu. However, the people of the heavenly palace of Shuiyu were mysterious and unfathomable. The descendant of the heavenly palace of Shuiyu was only a legend. No one had ever seen him before. However, among the younger generation of the heavenly palace of Shuiyu, only the descendant of the heavenly palace of Shuiyu could fight against Zhao Wudi. Zhao Hao was very ambitious. He wanted to kill Zhao Wudi. This was definitely not an easy thing to do. For him, it was almost impossible. The martial scripture was broad and profound. Even though Zhao Hao was a rare genius, it wasn't easy for him to comprehend anything in such a short time. Gu Fei left the room and let Zhao Hao comprehend alone. Gu Fei really thought highly of this disciple of his. However, how far Zhao Hao could go would depend on himself. Northern Shuiyu? Gu Fei went outside. At this time, the crescent moon was hanging in the sky. The courtyard was very quiet. What are you thinking about? At this time, a girl in white came from afar. Nothing. Gu Fei didn't look back. He already knew who it was. In this courtyard, no one would talk to him like this except for two people. Yin came to Gu Fei's side. Nothing. You're thinking about your junior sister, Yin said with a smile. There was a hint of jealousy in her tone. She didn't want to share her husband with another girl. However, Yin also knew that Gu Fei and his junior sister knew each other first. This was a fact that could not be changed. What are you thinking about? Gu Fei naturally heard the jealousy in Yin-er's tone. He couldn't help but smile. Even though she had become a saint, Yin-er was still a girl. I'm not thinking about anything else. You're just thinking too much. Yin-er said. Haha, all right. After all, we're from the same sect. You know that I've always had a wish, and that is to rebuild the Taishan sect. Gu Fei looked at the bright moon in the sky. His eyes became deep. Rebuild the Taishan sect. Yin-er's mood also became heavy. She naturally knew the importance of this matter to Gu Fei. This had always been a shadow in Gu Fei's heart. Only by rebuilding the Taishan sect would the shadow in Gu Fei's heart disappear. Let's go back inside. Yin-er said. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. The two returned to the house. This was a peaceful night, but for others, it was not peaceful. Outside the courtyard, there were still many young people who had been sent by the major forces. These young people all wanted to worship Gu Fei as a master, but these people did not know that Gu Fei had already accepted enough disciples and would not accept any more. Even if these people knelt for a lifetime, it would be useless. That Zhao Hao was definitely a freak. In just one night, he had actually reached the entry level. He had already mastered some of the basic combat skills of the martial way. This Zhao Hao was indeed a piece of unpolished jade that had not been polished. Very good. Gu Fei saw Zhao Hao's progress. He was very happy. With time, with Zhao Hao's speed of cultivation, his cultivation would definitely improve very quickly. Zhao Hao only needed to cultivate step by step. There was no need for him to guide him. Chapter 2707. The northern snowy region was a land of ice and snow. Although it was a bitter cold place, it had produced many earth-shattering figures. The heavenly palace of the snowy region had produced heaven-defying experts in every generation. They fought their way out of the snowy region and competed with the experts of the heaven realm. They were famous in the heaven realm. However, the heavenly palace of the snowy region was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where it was located. The northern snowy region was a special place. All the sects in the heaven realm wanted to infiltrate the snowy region, but they all failed due to various reasons. There was no teleportation formation in the area controlled by the southern mountain god emperor. Therefore, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to go to the northern snowy region. One should know that the heaven realm was really big. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, it would not be easy to reach the northern snowy region without using a teleportation formation. The sun was shining brightly. In a courtyard in the mountains outside Luoxia City. Are you really going to the northern snowy region? Yin-er said to Gu Fei in a pavilion.
Yes.
Gu Fei did not say anything and just nodded. Father, are you going to leave? I will go with you. Gu Ling jumped out of nowhere and hugged Gu Fei's arm as she spoke. Ling-er, don't mess around. Yin-er said to Gu Ling. Mother, when did I mess around? Gu Ling said unhappily. All right, our Ling-er is the most obedient. Gu Fei said while rubbing Gu Ling's head dotingly. Father, does that mean you agree? Gu Ling said happily. The northern snowy region was a mysterious place. She was very interested in it. She wanted to go there and see for herself. No. Gu Fei shook his head. Father, Gu Ling wanted to say something else. All right, that's it. You stay with your mother. I will feel more at ease this way. Gu Fei said. There was no room for discussion. The northern snowy region was definitely not a good place. Otherwise, the major forces of the heaven realm would not be able to set up a stronghold there. Only the local forces of the northern snowy region knew the reason. This was a secret of the northern snowy region. Gu Fei did not want to know. He just wanted to go to the snowy region and find Zhao Ziru. How could she know how many disciples of the Taishan sect had survived? With his current cultivation, it would not be difficult to rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, without the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect, could it still be called the Supreme Mystery Sect? That was why Gu Fei had not rebuilt the Taishan sect. Previously, when Li Lingfeng had come to the Soaring Dragon ancestral planet, Gu Fei had thought it was a great opportunity to rebuild the Taishan sect. However, the betrayal of the South Heaven's supremacy had taken place. The South Heaven's supremacy had robbed Li Lingfeng of his ancestral god weapon and severely injured him. He had yet to find Li Lingfeng. This was also the reason why Gu Fei wanted to kill Hierarch South Heaven. Although Hierarch South Heaven had betrayed them, he was still a sacred venerate after all. Gu Fei was also a person who appreciated talents. However, Divine Lord Southern Heaven had touched Gu Fei's bottom line and had actually attacked Li Lingfeng. It had to be known that there were not many disciples of the Taishan sect who had survived. If something had happened to Li Lingfeng, the matter of rebuilding the Taishan sect would probably have to be put on hold indefinitely. Therefore, Gu Fei had killed the South Heaven's supremacy. Your father is not going to the snowy region to play. Just stay with me, Yin-Er said to Guling. Got it, mother. Guling stuck her tongue out at Yin-Er. She could not go play again. Although she was a little disappointed, it was nothing. Staying here was just playing. Her cultivation had reached a bottleneck. There was no need for her to deliberately cultivate. Guling was still accumulating. She was not in a hurry to undergo the tribulation. She did not want any accidents to happen during the tribulation. The tribulation was very important to her. Old Gu, are you going to the northern snowy region? At that moment, a figure walked in from outside. It was Old Tortoise. Hello, Uncle Old Tortoise. Guling smiled as soon as she saw Old Tortoise. When Yin-Er saw Old Tortoise, she just nodded at him without saying anything. What? You have a way? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and said, this guy was the son of the Tai Huang and held the Tai Huang seal. He could be said to be a powerful person in the heaven realm. Back then, the Tai Huang was invincible. Maybe Old Tortoise really had a way to go to the northern snowy region. Haha, I wouldn't have come if I didn't have a way. Old Tortoise laughed and sat down next to Gu Fei. That's great. Gu Fei could not help but be overjoyed. He was troubled about how to go to the northern snowy region. If he went to the northern snowy region on his own, it would probably take several years. However, if he used the interdomain transportation formation, he could quickly reach the northern snowy region. Haha, I, Old Tortoise, live up to my reputation, Old Tortoise said proudly. Don't hide it. Tell me, what method do you have to send me to the northern snowy region? Gu Fei said straightforwardly. Why are you in such a hurry? Old Tortoise said. You? Gu Fei shook his head. No matter how long Old Tortoise lived, his temperament would not change. Sometimes, Gu Fei really envied people like him. One should know that not everyone could keep their original heart the same. All right, I'll stop teasing you. It's actually not a special method. I know a coordinate in the northern snowy region. I can use the Tai Huang seal to send you there. Old Tortoise said. What? Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. This is a one-way teleportation. Doesn't that mean I'll have to wait a few years before I can return to Nanling? Gu Fei was speechless. Old Gu, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Can't you build an interdomain transportation formation in the northern snowy region? Old Tortoise said snappily. Gu Fei was at a loss for words when he heard this. He really hadn't thought of this earlier. In fact, it was very simple. He only needed to remember the coordinates of this place, and when he wanted to return, he could build an inter-region teleportation formation. With his current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to build an interdomain teleportation formation. The difficulty in building an interdomain transportation formation lay in the fact that it was difficult to find the materials needed, especially the interdomain transportation formation. It was not something that just anyone could build. This was because the materials needed to build an interdomain transportation formation were not ordinary materials. If it was an ordinary Saint Venerable, it would be absolutely impossible to build an inter-region teleportation formation in such a short time. Even a Saint Venerable would have to make all kinds of preparations and gather all kinds of divine materials in order to build such a formation platform. However, Gu Fei did not lack materials at all. Go and get ready. Come and find me when you're ready. Old Tortoise stood up and walked out after saying that. With Old Tortoise here, Gu Fei was more at ease. It should be known that even the Fire Emperor and Yuan Gu would not provoke Old Tortoise. All the big shots in the Heaven Realm were very wary of the Grand Emperor's son. This was because the Grand Emperor's son had the Grand Emperor's seal, which was an extreme demon weapon. Old Tortoise had stayed in the courtyard for the past 6 months and did not return to the Heaven Realm's demon clan's ancestral court. He also enjoyed the peaceful days. Half a year ago, the demon clan had occupied the Eastern Land and taken over all the territories of the Eastern Sky Emperor, Yuan Gu. It could be said that the power of the Heaven Realm's demon clan had increased greatly. The Heaven Realm's demon clan was now a colossus. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor had not appeared. In the past 6 months, the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's forces had been almost completely destroyed by the demon clan. The Nether sect had only obtained a place to rebuild their sect, which was given to them by the Heaven Realm's demon clan. It was difficult for the Nether sect to contend with the Heaven Realm's demon clan, so they could only passively accept the demon clan's arrangement. They had no choice but to accept this arrangement. Thus, the entire Eastern Land was now in a three-way situation. In fact, nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was that the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's forces had been replaced by the demon clan. The demon clan was incomparably powerful and had a great enmity with the demons. After the demon clan stabilized the Eastern Land, they began to deal with the demons. From time to time, they would send experts to attack the demon den compared to the demon clan's strength. The demons in the demon den seemed to be powerless. They had no fighting spirit, and many of the demons' experts were killed by the experts of the demon clan. The atmosphere inside the demon den was not right. The demons did not seem to be as united as they wanted. The demon clan's territory in the Eastern Land was constantly expanding. The demon clan had seized a lot of territory from the demons, and the demons could be said to be losing ground again and again. With the reappearance of the golden spiritual ape lineage, the atmosphere in the Eastern Land was very tense. It should be known that the golden spiritual ape lineage was once the ruler of the Eastern Land. Compared to the demon clan, the golden spiritual ape lineage, Yuan Hong, was even more powerful. He even killed his way into the demon den and fought with the demons that had lived for countless years. Then, he calmly retreated. Even the ancient devils couldn't stop him. The situation in the Eastern Land was turbulent. Many low-level cultivators began to flee the Eastern Land. These cultivators did not want to be affected by the battle between the big shots. The other regions in the Heaven Realm were also in chaos. However, there was one place that was an exception, and that was the Northern Snow region. The descendant of the Heavenly Palace in the Snow region did not leave the Snow region as usual. He did not come to the Central Land to compete with the descendants of the various sections. The Zhao family of the ancients in the Snow region also did not leave the Snow region. However, the Zhao family of the ancients in the Snow region had an incomparably powerful descendant. This person's name was Zhao Wudi, which meant that he was invincible. In fact, ever since this fellow became a sovereign, he had never been defeated. Rumble. On this day, the sky above a mountain range in the Northern Snow region suddenly shook. Then, a divine light broke through the void and landed on a mountain peak. Boom. Chapter 2708. Rumble. Somewhere in the northern snowy region, a huge mountain collapsed. Ice, snow, and dust rose high into the sky. Countless rocks pierced through the air. The mountains were in chaos. The sudden change broke the peace in the snowy mountains. Roar. The roar of a wild beast came from the depths of the mountains. Rumble. Muffled sounds like thunder came from the ridges of the mountains. It was the sound of avalanches. A figure walked out from the snow and dust that filled the sky. It was a black-clothed youth. In this white world, he was very eye-catching. This is the northern snowy region? Gu Fei soared into the sky. With a single step, he ascended to the peak of a nearby snowy peak. Looking around, he saw endless snowy mountains in all directions. Everything was white, and he couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This was a place of extreme cold. Of course, with Gu Fei's cultivation, the cold here couldn't affect him at all. At this moment, a strong and fierce aura came from a distance. A huge figure rushed out of a valley more than 10 miles away. It was a humanoid creature that was as tall as a small mountain. It had long, snow-white fur on its body, and the fiendish aura was coming from this humanoid creature. A snow ape? Gu Fei was surprised to see the humanoid creature. He didn't expect to encounter the elusive snow ape as soon as he arrived in the northern snowy region. The snow ape stared at Gu Fei, who was on the top of the mountain, with a fierce glint in its eyes. Roar! The snow ape suddenly roared at the sky and pounded its chest with its fists, producing a dull sound like that of a war drum. The ice and snow on both sides of the snowy peaks were shaken and fell continuously, forming a massive avalanche. The snow ape was more than 10 feet tall. The snow and ice that rolled down from both sides of the mountain could only reach its waist. In the next moment, the snow ape leaped into the air. It crossed a dozen miles of void and pounced on Gu Fei, who was on top of the mountain. Gu Fei was very surprised that this snow ape had the cultivation of an immortal god. He had just arrived in the northern snowy region, and he had already encountered such a wild beast. I was just fretting about not knowing where this place is. This beast has come at the right time. Gu Fei murmured to himself. He cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, so he could not release his aura. No one could see through him. A mere snow ape at the immortal god realm naturally did not know that its prey was someone it could not afford to offend. Otherwise, why would this snow ape dare to attack Gu Fei? At this time, the snow ape had already smashed down from the sky like a mountain. A strong wind swept down from the sky. The snow ape waved its fists and smashed them towards Gu Fei with all its might. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Boom! With a loud bang, the snow ape's fist smashed into the mountain peak. The entire mountain peak exploded and collapsed with a loud bang. Countless rocks flew everywhere. Roar! The snow ape roared angrily and looked around, trying to find Gu Fei. Its ferocious aura spread from its body, frightening the wild beasts in the vicinity. This snow ape was the king of this region. It was naturally furious that Gu Fei had suddenly barged into its territory. At this moment, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the snow ape. The snow ape could not sense Gu Fei's presence even though he was so close to it. Gu Fei descended from the sky and stepped on the snow ape's head with the tip of his right foot. The moment Gu Fei's right foot landed on the snow ape's head, the enraged snow ape froze, as if it had been struck by a body-freezing spell. It did not move an inch. Human, what do you want? The snow ape sent a telepathic message to Gu Fei. At this moment, it realized that this human was unimaginably strong. He was not someone it could deal with. Nothing much. I just came to the snow region and need a guide. But you're so big and you have a bad temper. I'm wondering if I should change to a different guide. Gu Fei stood on the snow ape's head and said calmly, "What?" The snow ape was shocked when it heard this. "Don't. I'm willing to be your guide. I'll lead the way for you," the snow ape hurriedly said. It knew that its life depended on the other party's decision. If it said the wrong thing, it would die. "Is that so?" Gu Fei said noncommittally. At this moment, the snow ape's body began to shrink. Finally, it became the size of an adult's fist. It was fluffy and looked like a white ball of fur. It was very cute. Interesting. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and the ball of fur flew into his hand. The snow ape now was completely different from the ferocious snow ape from before. This surprised Gu Fei. This little critter is willing to serve the exalted immortal. The fluffy snow ape knelt before Gu Fei. Very good. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the godly snatching secret technique to read the snow ape's memories. From the snow ape's memories, he roughly understood what kind of place the northern snow region was. There were only 2 forces in the northern snow region. One was the heavenly palace of the snow region, and the other was the Zhao family of the snow region. Between the 2 forces, the heavenly palace of the snow region was mysterious. No one knew where it was located. The Zhao family of the snow region was very high profile and powerful. If the heavenly palace of the snow region did not show up, The entire northern snow region belonged to the Zhao family of the snow region. The Zhao family of the snow region actually had such power and status in the northern snow region. It was no wonder that the Zhao family of the snow region refused to listen to the orders of the Zhao family of the human realm. The Zhao family of the snow region probably felt that the Zhao family of the ancients in the human realm was no longer comparable to the Zhao family of the snow region in the heaven realm. The Zhao family of the human realm should listen to the Zhao family of the heaven realm. After all, no matter if it was the mortal dimension or the heaven dimension, the strong were respected. However, to the Zhao family of the human realm, this branch in the heaven realm had forgotten their ancestors and refused to listen to their orders. This was the behavior of a traitor. The foundation of the Zhao family of the ancients was in the human realm. The Zhao family of the heaven realm should also know about this. However, it was definitely not an easy task for them to hand over their power. Let's go to the Zhao family. Gu Fei did not hesitate. However, the Zhao family of the snow region was not nearby. The area he was in was extremely cold and was under the control of Tianshuang City. Is there a teleportation formation in Tianshuang City that leads to Tianshuang City? Gu Fei asked the snow ape in his hand. There should be. Beasts are not allowed to enter the cities of the human clan. The snow ape thought for a while and said, Beasts are not allowed to enter the cities of the human clan? Chapter 2709. The northern snowy region was indeed very different from the other places in the heaven realm. Apart from being a bitterly cold place, there was also a clear hierarchy of races. In the northern snowy region, the human clan was the ruler, while the other races were under the control of the human clan. It could be said that the other races were inferior to the human clan. Living beings of other races could not enter the cities built by the human clan. However, the human clan could not simply barge into the territories of other races. It should be known that there were some powerful alien cultivators in the northern snowy region who did not fear the experts of the human clan. Without hesitation, Gu Fei placed snow on his left shoulder and took a step forward. Using his extreme speed 8 steps, he headed towards Skyfrost City. Skyfrost City was a huge city. Even in the entire northern snowy region, it was rare to see a city of this scale. It was a huge city built entirely of black rocks. The city walls were hundreds of feet tall, and each black rock weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. This city was definitely not a city that could be built by mortals. Soldiers in black armor and holding long spears could be seen patrolling the tall city walls from time to time. There were experts standing guard at the top of the city walls. By the time Gu Fei reached the outskirts of Skyfrost City, the sky had already darkened. It was going to be night soon. At this time, the gates of Skyfrost City were already closed. Everyone who went out would return to the city before nightfall, because it would be very dangerous outside the city at night. However, it had to be said that Gu Fei was really unlucky. If he had come a little earlier, the gates would still be open, and he would be able to enter Skyfrost City. Oh no, we're too late, the snow ape said. Although the gates are closed, it doesn't mean that we can't enter. Gu Fei said calmly as he looked at the huge city in front of him. Exalted immortal, do you want to? The eyes of the snow ape, who was sitting on Gu Fei's shoulder, lit up when it heard this. It was very curious as to why this exalted immortal would dare to barge into Skyfrost City. Let's go and take a look. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly arrived outside the city gates of Skyfrost City. He stood in the air and did not emit any powerful aura. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, it was impossible for a mortal to fly in the air. Furthermore, there was a fist-sized furry creature sitting on his left shoulder. This living being's body emitted an incomparably powerful immortal aura. This was a beast god, incomparably powerful. Who are you? Gu Fei's sudden appearance caused the soldiers patrolling on the city wall to become extremely nervous. A leader of the soldiers immediately shouted at Gu Fei. My master wants to enter the city. Hurry up and open the gates. The snow ape, who was sitting on Gu Fei's shoulder, stood up and said loudly, the city gate is closed and won't open again. If you want to enter the city, come back tomorrow. The leader of the warriors said loudly. He was sizing up the man and the beast. Ascendant immortal, what do we do? The snow ape said to Gu Fei. Be more forceful. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the snow ape. Yes, the snow ape was excited. He had never attacked a city of the human race before. For beasts, a human city was a forbidden area. Hurry up and open the gates and let us in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The snow ape roared angrily. An incomparably powerful and ferocious aura erupted from his body. Ferocious beast, how dare you behave atrociously here? The leader shouted angrily. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This was the aura of an immortal. The leader was an immortal. Ascendant immortal, can we make a move? The snow ape transmitted his voice carefully to Gu Fei. Go ahead. Gu Fei nodded without hesitation. All right, haha. The snow ape laughed heartily and rushed off from Gu Fei's shoulder. Boom. With a bang, the originally adorable furball instantly turned into a ferocious ape that was over 100 feet tall. Its entire body was filled with a vast and mighty fiendish aura, as if it was a death god that had charged out from hell. Roar! The ferocious ape roared at the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the void to tremble. Bang! The snow ape immediately attacked. It punched the leader of the warriors on the city wall, and a violent force erupted from the ferocious beast's body. Humph! The leader on the city wall sneered but did not dodge. Just as the snow ape's fist was about to hit the leader's head, a layer of divine light appeared in the void. Boom! The snow ape's fist hit the layer of divine light. The snow ape roared angrily and was sent flying. Blood dripped down from the sky. You overestimate yourself, the leader said disdainfully. Fellow Taoist, you'd better leave. Come back tomorrow. An old voice came from the city wall. It was a voice filled with the vicissitudes of life. I'm in a hurry. Can't you make an exception? Gu Fei said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his expression. It was Gu Fei's calmness that made the leader on the city wall feel uneasy. The ferocious ape seemed to be this man's battle pet. Someone who could tame the ferocious ape was definitely not a weakling. The ferocious ape was a beast god, a beast that had become a god. Roar! At the same time, the ferocious ape that had been sent flying came back with a roar. Gu Fei raised his hand. The ferocious ape that had been charging back stopped immediately. It stood behind him like a docile kitten. Seeing this, the soldiers on top of the city wall all had looks of disbelief on their faces. I'm sorry. This is the rule of Tianchuang City. After the city gate is closed, it can only be opened tomorrow morning. The old voice came from the city wall again. Rules are made by people. Gu Fei looked at the city wall. He could sense a hidden aura inside. It seemed that there was a powerful cultivator guarding the city. This Tianchuang City was not simple. Fellow Taoist, you should leave. No one can break the rules of Tianchuang City. Even the city lord of Tianchuang City can't come in. The cultivator in the city wall said, Humph, what if I insist on entering the city? Gu Fei said in a low voice, Then you can try. The old voice said, Very well. Gu Fei's eyes turned sharp as a powerful aura spread out from his body. An incomparably powerful ripple of energy appeared in the surroundings. He didn't display his true strength, but even so, the soldiers on the city wall were terrified. Sage to be your sage. Chapter 27:10. Sky Frost City was guarded by a mysterious expert. Once night fell, the city gates would be closed and the protective formation activated. Even if the city lord of Sky Frost City was outside, the people inside would not open the gates, let alone a person of unknown origin like Gu Fei. Since you are not willing to make an exception, I will go in myself. Gu Fei glanced at the gate tower before him and said indifferently. There were probably quite a number of experts in Skyfrost City. Even the people guarding the gate felt somewhat unfathomable. That's right. My friend, please go ahead. An old voice rang out from the gate tower. The expert guarding the gate did not stop Gu Fei, because he knew very well the power of the protective formation. Tianchuang City was the largest city of the human tribe within a radius of 10 million miles. This city was built on a spiritual vein of the earth, and the protective formation was connected to the spiritual vein of the earth. Even if a true sage were to come, he would not be able to break into this city. Moreover, Skyfrost City was not a power that belonged to the Heavenly Palace of the Snow Region or the Zhao family of the Snow Region. It was a power that was second only to the Zhao family in the Northern Snow Region. Although the Zhao family of the Snow Region was powerful, there were also some powers that formed an alliance with the Zhao family in name. In reality, they did not have to listen to the Zhao family's orders. Skyfrost City was one such power. The city lord of Skyfrost City was an extremely powerful holy venerate who could compete with the head of the Zhao family of the Snow Region. However, Skyfrost City was not as powerful as the Zhao family of the Snow Region. On the surface, it had to listen to the Zhao family of the Snow Region. However, in private, Skyfrost City obeyed the Zhao family of the Snow Region. The exalted immortal is about to make a move. The snow ape standing behind Gu Fei was excited. It was also very curious as to whether Gu Fei could attack Skyfrost City. Humph, Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then, he stretched out his right hand and punched forward. It seemed like a casual punch, but the entire space in front of his fist shook along with it. Buzz. The void trembled. Outside the city walls of Heaven Frost City, a layer of divine light emerged in the void. Ancient runes could be vaguely seen on that layer of divine light. The power of the Great City Barrier Array erupted, blocking Gu Fei's punch. However, the patrolling soldiers on the city wall were struck by a kind of void shockwave that penetrated through the layer of divine light. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses, and they collapsed to the ground. Even the immortal level leader of these soldiers was no exception. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They had all received a great impact. Although it wasn't fatal, it made everyone temporarily lose their fighting strength. Although Gu Fei did not punch through the layer of divine light, he could still use the vibration of the void to injure the enemy. He did not kill them. Otherwise, everyone on the city wall would have died. Inside the city gate tower, the mysterious expert was shocked. This mysterious expert would never have thought that he had underestimated the black-robed youth outside the city. This formation is not bad. Gu Fei remained calm. Fellow Taoist, I advise you to leave before you alert the city lord. The mysterious expert in the city tower said, Is the city lord of Skyfrost City very powerful? Gu Fei nonchalantly turned around and asked the snow ape behind him. This snow ape was the beast god of this area, so it naturally knew many things. Please forgive me, exalted immortal. This little beast knows nothing about this Skyfrost City lord. The snow ape said carefully, A mysterious and powerful existence? Gu Fei smiled. He didn't care. Could the city lord of the Skyfrost City be stronger than the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor and the Southern Mountain Fire Emperor? Fellow Taoist, if you don't leave now, then you won't be able to leave even if you want to. In the tower, the old voice sounded again. I never wanted to leave. Gu Fei looked at the city tower, the corners of his mouth curling up, then continue. The mysterious expert in the tower said. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the sky-covering palm. A huge chaotic palm appeared in the void and slapped forward. Rumble. The entire sky and earth trembled under the power of this chaotic palm. Although they were separated by the city defense formation, a powerful pressure penetrated the layer of divine light and entered Skyfrost City. At this moment, all the cultivators in Skyfrost City were alarmed. A few extremely powerful spiritual waves rushed out from different parts of Skyfrost City and swept outside the city gate. What's happening? Is there a beast Venerable attacking the city? Someone said in fear. After nightfall, the snowy region became the world of beasts. During the day, the powerful beasts hiding in caves and deep pools began to move. Some extremely powerful beasts could even compete with the Saint Venerables of the human race. These peerless beasts were called Beast Venerables. The Beast Venerables of the northern snowy region were definitely terrifying existences. Only such peerless beasts had the strength to attack the cities of the human race. Some of the smaller cities could not withstand the attacks of the Beast Venerables and were breached by them. Once the city was breached, all the humans in the city, be it cultivators or mortals, would be slaughtered by the beasts and become their food. However, very few Beast Venerables dared to attack Skyfrost City. Since ancient times, there were only a few beast venerables that had attacked Skyfrost City. In the current northern snowy region, a beast venerable had also appeared. However, this beast venerable was as mysterious as the city lord of Skyfrost City. Now, someone was attacking Skyfrost City in the great array that protected Skyfrost City. This shocked all the cultivators in Skyfrost City to the extreme. Interesting. A figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion of Skyfrost City. It was a handsome young man with purple hair and an evil look on his face. Of course, for cultivators, one's appearance didn't mean anything. That was because cultivators who had cultivated to a certain level could change their appearance at will. At this moment, Gu Fei's big hand had already slapped on the layer of divine light of the city defense formation. The powerful force immediately caused the layer of divine light to dim down. What? An extremely shocked voice came from the city tower. Someone has really shaken the city defense formation. The few extremely powerful existences in Skyfrost City could not help but be shocked. For thousands of years, the city defense formation of Skyfrost City had never been shaken by any living creature. Rumble. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm covered the entire void of heaven and earth. Streaks of chaotic Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the chaotic hand. The city defense formation of Skyfrost City was operating at full force. The essence of the spirit veins under the ground was continuously drawn over by the formation. Although the layer of divine light had dimmed, it did not dissipate. This formation, Gu Fei frowned. He had only used the heaven-covering palm to test the power of the city defense formation of Skyfrost City. At this moment, he could already see that the city defense formation was not simple. It was actually integrated with the heaven and earth, and even the spirit veins in the depths of the earth as one. If he were to break the formation by force, the consequences would be dire. This made Gu Fei feel a little awkward. He wanted to rush to the area where the Zhao family of the snow region was located as soon as possible. The snow region was so vast that he could only avoid getting lost in the endless ice and snow by using the teleportation formation. He had to enter the Tianshuang city. Gu Fei retracted the heaven-covering palm, and the chaotic hand disappeared into the void. The pressure that made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate also disappeared. My friend, it's useless. No one has ever broken into Skyfrost City. You will not be an exception. The mysterious expert in the city tower still did not appear. An old voice came from the city tower. Is that so? Gu Fei only smiled when he heard this. He did not deny it. Exalted Immortal, what should we do now? The snow ape asked carefully. The combat power that the Exalted Immortal had displayed was too strong. The snow ape's heart palpitated when he thought about how he had attacked the Exalted Immortal during the day. If the Exalted Immortal wanted to kill him during the day, it would have been as easy as flipping his hand. The snow ape was terrified. Gu Fei did not speak. He just waved his fist. Boom! Bang! Punch after punch, Gu Fei's attacks were direct. This was the embodiment of the purest form of power. The fusion of the martial body and combat skills turned the rotten into the magical. This guy, the mysterious expert in the city tower, could not sit still. At this moment, the entire Skyfrost City was shaking. The dull sound of the collision spread throughout the huge city. He is simply a beast in human form, someone exclaimed. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was too frightening. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could smash a hole in the sky with one punch. This can't go on. Someone was having a headache. Gu Fei was bombarding the city defense formation. Many cracks had appeared on the tall city wall. Although Gu Fei could not break through Skyfrost City in a short time, he had already caused damage to the city. Fellow Taoist, please stop. The old voice in the city tower said anxiously. If you open the gate, I'll stop, right? Gu Fei said indifferently. Sigh, to tell you the truth, once the gate is closed, even the city lord can't open it. No one can open the gate until the time is right. The mysterious expert in the city tower said with a sigh. What? Gu Fei could not help but stop when he heard this. If you dare lie to me, the consequences will be dire. Gu Fei said seriously. Why would I lie to you? What would I gain from lying to you? The mysterious expert in the city tower said helplessly, "Exalted immortal, this." The snow ape, who was standing behind Gu Fei, was dumbfounded when he heard this. How can a mere city defense formation stop me? Gu Fei was very confident. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A strange wave immediately spread from his hand. The layer of divine light in front of him immediately dimmed. Even the flowing ancient runes on the divine light were destroyed. What? How is this possible? Chapter 27:11. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei shocked everyone to the extreme. He pressed his hand forward, and the layer of divine light in front of him immediately dimmed. The ancient runes were forcibly obliterated. The experts in Skyfrost City who saw this scene couldn't help but change their expressions. Since ancient times, only a handful of people had been able to break through the grand shield of Skyfrost City. Moreover, they were all the strongest experts in the northern snowy region. Rumble. The air shook and the ancient runes were destroyed. The layer of divine light formed by the power of the grand shield of Skyfrost became unstable. The mysterious expert in the tower was shocked. He had never imagined that the black-robed young man could shake the grand shield of Skyfrost City. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He was using the secret art of Wu, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The power of this secret art was terrifying. It could turn everything into nothingness. How is this possible? The other experts in Skyfrost City were shocked. Some could no longer sit still. The black-robed young man outside the city had shaken the grand shield of Skyfrost City. Where did this guy come from? In the sky above the city lord's mansion of Skyfrost City, the young man's eyes shone with a dazzling divine light, like 2 cold stars. Without any suspense, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Gu Fei's right hand actually pierced through the layer of divine light. Then, the layer of divine light was pierced through by the power of the secret word Wu. This. An old man in the tower was dumbfounded. The black-robed young man had really broken through the layer of divine light formed by the power of the grand shield of Skyfrost City. That's all you've got. As Gu Fei spoke, he led the snow ape through the big hole in the divine light created by the mysterious power of the word Wu and directly into Tianshuang City. Swoosh! The old man in the tower could no longer sit still. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei, blocking his way. What kind of secret art is that? How can it break through the grand shield of Skyfrost City? The old man looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. No one had ever entered Skyfrost City in such a way. At that moment, the big hole in the layer of divine light behind Gu Fei quickly disappeared. Above that layer of divine light, those ancient spell symbols that had been obliterated by Gu Fei's secret art of Wu reappeared in the void. This great city protecting formation was not simple. It could actually repair itself. Why should I tell you? Gu Fei had a playful look in his eyes. However, he could not help but feel surprised that this old man was a saint. It was hard to imagine a sage guarding the city gate. Young man, you should know that being overly conceited is arrogance. The old man stared at Gu Fei. His eyes flickered as a powerful saint-level aura spread from his body. Whether I'm conceited or arrogant, it's not up to you to decide, Gu Fei said with a smile. Don't take advantage of your seniority in front of my master. The snow ape standing behind Gu Fei roared at the old man. An extremely violent aura emanated from the snow ape's body. It was a ferocious beast. With Gu Fei blocking the sage aura, the snow ape did not feel any discomfort. It's not your turn to speak here. At that moment, a middle-aged man in white walked out of the city. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and 3 long strands of beard hung down from his chest. His face was like jade, and he had an extraordinary aura. Who do you think you are? The snow ape stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in white who was walking over. Greetings, master. The middle-aged man in white ignored the snow ape. Instead, he walked up to the old man and bowed respectfully. The old man was only wearing coarse clothes. His snow-white hair was simply tied up behind his head with a piece of cloth. His beard was unshaven, and he gave off a dispirited feeling. However, this old man was a sage, and a powerful one at that. The old man ignored the middle-aged man in white. His attention seemed to be completely focused on Gu Fei. "Young man, I can't just let you into the city like this," the old man said indifferently. "Do you want to fight? Then let's fight." Gu Fei was very straightforward. In the world of cultivation, if you couldn't gain the respect of others, then make them fear you. As long as the people of Skyfrost City were afraid of you, things would be easy. Very well. When the old man heard this, a powerful battle intent immediately erupted from his body. Rumble. 9 sage Dao patterns appeared on the old man's body, and a powerful sage aura erupted. The void shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread outwards. Master. At that moment, the snow ape finally realized how powerful and terrifying the old man was. It finally felt a trace of sage aura, which shocked it. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei directly kept the snow ape into his inner world. Given the snow ape's cultivation, there was no way it could withstand the powerful sage aura. If it wasn't for Gu Fei blocking the sage aura from the old man, the snow ape would have already died. Inner world. The old man's spiritual sense was very sharp. He could feel the aura of the inner world. Saint-level life forms were above the great Daos of heaven and earth, and had the ability to split the heavens and earth apart. Many saint-level life forms had their own inner world. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white also retreated far away. "Let's go to the training field in the city." After speaking, the old man directly vanished into the void. Gu Fei smiled. He also took a step out and instantly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared on an ancient battle platform in the city. This was the training field of Skyfrost City. It was impossible for the old man and Gu Fei to attack unscrupulously in Skyfrost City. If they really did that, many people would die. How many people in Skyfrost City could withstand the pressure of a saint-level expert? If 2 saint-level existences fought in Skyfrost City, the consequences would be catastrophic. The entire city would suffer unimaginable damage. Rumble. At this moment, on an ancient battle platform in the training field, 2 silhouettes were facing each other. An incomparably powerful saint-level aura gushed forth from both of them. The auras of both Gu Fei and the old man were rapidly rising. A few powerful silhouettes appeared in the training field. The battle between Gu Fei and the old man had alarmed all the experts in Skyfrost City. This black-robed young man actually easily broke through the grand defensive formation of Skyfrost City and entered the city. This was a threat to all the experts in Skyfrost City. In the City Lord Manor of Skyfrost City, an old man was awakened from his slumber. What happened? The old man woke up from his slumber. Very quickly, he left the City Lord Manor and appeared in the training field. Those powerful existences in the training field were all greatly shocked when they saw the old man. They couldn't believe that even the old man was alerted. At this moment, on the platform, Gu Fei and the old man moved. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out. The dispirited old man waved his hands and actually manifested a gigantic golden dragon. That golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it lunged towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, his right fist ruthlessly slamming into the golden dragon's head. A deafening sound rang out as the golden dragon manifested by the dispirited old man was instantly shattered into several pieces. The dragon's head directly exploded as countless golden runes dissipated into the air. This, on the training field and outside the platform. All the experts who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. Who was this black-robed young man exactly? He was actually so powerful and domineering. One must know that although the dispirited old man was no longer the person he was back then, his cultivation base and combat prowess were still incomparably tyrannical. Dugushang's name had once shaken the northern snowy region, and he had dared to challenge the current head of the primordial Zhao family. However, ever since that incident, this big shot of heavenly Frost City had fallen to such a state that he was actually reduced to guarding the city gates. But even though Dugu Shang had fallen to such a state, no one dared to underestimate him. But now, this black-robed young man of unknown origins was actually able to fight against Dugu Shang. In fact, he even seemed to be suppressing Dugu Shang. It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. I can finally go all out and fight. Old Man Dugu mumbled. He rapidly moved, appearing above Gu Fei's head in an instant as he stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble. A golden light flashed beneath Old Man Dugu's feet as a powerful force caused the entire space to collapse. A destructive aura gushed forth from his feet. At this moment, Gu Fei's right hand stretched out, directly grabbing hold of the gigantic foot that was stomping down on him. After that, he swung Old Man Dugu up and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground. Boom! The entire platform trembled violently. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. That black-robed young man was too powerful. He actually defeated Old Man Dugu with a single move. Old Man Dugu crawled up from the ground. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He was shocked to the extreme. The methods of his opponent were truly brilliant. Do you still want to continue? Gu Fei had a look of disdain on his face as he spoke. Die. Old Man Dugu was enraged. He had never been defeated in such a manner before. He found this extremely hard to accept. Roar. The roar of a dragon rang out once more. This time around, the 9 desolate runes on Old Man Dugu's body flew out at the same time, transforming into 9 golden dragons that ferociously lunged towards Gu Fei. The golden dragons manifested from saint-ranked Dao runes were incomparably powerful. Old Man Dugu was going all out, causing the entire platform to tremble. Chapter 27:12. On the platform, the 9 golden dragons soared through the air. A terrifying might gushed forth from the 9 dragons, causing the entire space above the platform to tremble. This platform had already existed even before the Skyfrost City was founded. On the platform, there were many dried-up scars, as well as scars left behind by sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. This platform was filled with the scars of time. The platform was protected by an ancient formation. When fighting on the platform, the shockwaves from the battle wouldn't be able to reach the outside world. A layer of faintly discernible divine light enveloped the entire battle platform. The saint-ranked might radiating from the 9 golden dragons had no way to shake that layer of divine light. Not bad, this is at least a saint-ranked formation. This platform was created by a saint. Facing the tyrannical attack of the solitary old man, Gu Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. He was a saint lord after all. Even if the 9 golden dragons appeared before him, he wouldn't even frown. Rumble, the space trembled as beams of golden light illuminated the platform. The 9 dragons tore through the air, rushing towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei pressed out with his palms as a gigantic chaotic palm appeared in the air, slamming towards the 9 golden dragons. Haha, this fellow overestimates himself too much. He actually wants to use a gigantic palm to block Brother Solitary's true dragon art? Isn't this a joke? Outside the platform, someone laughed uproariously. This fellow doesn't know the immensity of death. Nobody was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. One must know that the name of the solitary old man was simply too great in the northern snow region. He was an expert in the Saint Dao. When he was at his peak, he had once slain a saint-ranked flood dragon. However, at the next instant, those who were mocking Gu Fei were all dumbfounded. On the platform, the gigantic chaotic palm actually blocked the solitary old man's true dragon art. The 9 golden dragons formed from Dao patterns were actually blocked by a giant hand of chaos. How can this be? Outside the platform, the spectators stared in disbelief at this scene. This black-robed young man of unknown origins was simply too domineering. He was actually able to contend against the solitary old man who had comprehended the true dragon art. Even the eyes of the old man who had just woken up from his slumber in the city lord's mansion lit up. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than the solitary old man, who was fighting with Gu Fei. The great true dragon technique was his trump card. That's all. Gu Fei directly exerted his strength, and the chaos hand actually suppressed the 9 golden dragons. The golden light dissipated, and the void of the world collapsed under the pressure of the chaos hand. Too strong. Outside the platform, the spectators who witnessed this scene were all incomparably nervous. The solitary old man who was said to be able to kill saints was actually being suppressed by an outsider. Everyone was filled with disbelief. Just who is this guy? He is actually able to fight against Brother Duguxiong. Could it be an expert from another region? Someone thought of this problem. After all, there weren't many powerful beings in the northern snowy region who could contend against the solitary old man. That's possible. Someone nodded. At this moment, the 9 golden dragons crumbled under the might of Gu Fei's chaos hand. The 9 saint inscriptions were all destroyed by the chaos hand. Is that a martial battle technique? The eyes of the solitary old man brightened. The cultivation art Gu Fei used wasn't an immortal or divine art. It wasn't even a supreme killing technique of the other powerful races. This sort of battle technique that relied on brute force should be a long-lost martial technique of the human race. Gu Fei didn't say anything. As the chaos hand descended, the boundless golden light was extinguished. That solitary old man took a step out and actually rushed out from the chaos hand. Gu Fei felt somewhat taken aback. This old man wasn't simple. To think that he could actually rush out from his heaven-encompassing palm. Truly extraordinary. One must know that the chaos hand was able to envelop the entire space, sealing it. Ordinary saints would find it hard to break the seal of the heaven-encompassing palm. The chaos hand dissipated, and at the same time, a resplendent golden light shot out from the head of the solitary old man. It resembled a golden divine sun rising up, exuding a supreme saint-level energy fluctuation. Within that resplendent golden sun, the silhouette of a golden dragon could be seen. That is, outside the battle platform, the experts of Skyfrost City were all shocked to the extreme. There were rumors saying that this solitary old man had once slain a saint-level Jiao dragon. This rumor was actually true. Rumble. The entire space trembled as the aura of a true dragon gushed forth from the golden sun. Although a saint-level Jiao dragon had the word Jiao attached to it, it had already cultivated the power of a true dragon. The golden sun that shot out from the head of the solitary old man was actually a Jiao dragon pearl. This Jiao dragon pearl could already be considered as a true dragon pearl. Not only that, the solitary old man had already refined this Jiao dragon pearl into a saint treasure. Little fellow, I'm going to get serious. The solitary old man had a heavy expression on his face as he stared at Gu Fei. He lifted his right hand as golden runes gushed forth from it, entering the Jiao dragon pearl in the air. Bzzz. The Jiao dragon pearl hummed as the golden dragon silhouette within it seemed to have come to life. It actually moved, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as though it wanted to rush out. A supreme surge of true dragon energy gushed forth from the Jiao dragon pearl, terrifying to the extreme. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, like pitch-black lightning bolts, constantly tearing the void between heaven and earth. The ancient battle platform trembled as the layer of divine light that enveloped it gradually became clearer. Numerous ancient runes circulated and interweaved on the surface of the divine light. All the energy fluctuations gushing forth from the platform were completely blocked by that layer of divine light. Brother Solitary's cultivation base and combat prowess seemed to have already surpassed the saint level. Someone exclaimed in shock. The boundless energy radiating from the platform had no way to seep out. However, the aura radiating from the solitary old man, which could cause even sages to feel their hearts palpitating, was able to penetrate through the layer of divine light and was transmitted outside. Come on, let me see what capabilities you have. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as carefree as ever. Since this old man wanted to play a few moves, he might as well treat it as a chance to loosen up his muscles and bones. Not only that, Gu Fei discovered that the true dragon art displayed by the solitary old man had its own unique points. Fight! The solitary old man roared in rage, directly activating the Jiao dragon pearl above his head. The shadow of a dragon instantly gushed out from the pearl, lunging towards Gu Fei. Jiao Soul. Chapter 27:13. The sage-level Jiao dragon was extremely powerful. This kind of creature was unwilling to shed its body, but it was much more powerful than a real true dragon. It should be known that a creature that could cultivate to the sage level was synonymous with power. Since ancient times, There had been countless amazing creatures in the 3 realms and 6 paths, but there were very few that could truly become a sage-level creature. Among billions of creatures, it was already very good to have 1 or 2 sage-level creatures. In those long years, especially after the destruction of the untainted ancient world, even among billions of creatures, it was difficult for a sage-level creature to appear. But now, the world had changed again, and the laws of heaven and earth had changed, making it possible to become a sage. Therefore, there were many new sages in the heaven realm. However, the solitary elder was not a sage that had just become a sage. He was an ancient sage, and his cultivation had surpassed the sage level, becoming the king of the sage level, the Sage King. And the original owner of the Jiao Dragon Pearl was not a Jiao Dragon that had just become a sage. The sage-level ancient Jiao Dragon was extremely powerful, far more powerful than the current sages. Boom! The Jiao Dragon soul in the Jiao Dragon Pearl was awakened, and it turned into a Jiao Dragon shadow that rushed out of the pearl, pouncing towards Gu Fei. The powerful true dragon power directly tore the void between heaven and earth. It's a bit interesting. Gu Fei nodded and said. At the same time, he punched out. There was no fluctuation of power, and there was no terrifying pressure. It seemed to be a casual punch. However, Gu Fei's punch carried some kind of supreme power of the Great Tao. With this punch, the Great Tao of heaven and earth would be shattered. The solitary elder could not help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's punch. The Great Tao could be divided into visible and invisible, and cultivators would start from the visible Great Tao, and then cultivate to the invisible Great Tao. Gu Fei had cultivated to the invisible Great Tao. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Flood Dragon Soul Charge, causing a muffled thunder-like sound. After that, a scene that caused everyone to stare with their mouths agape appeared. The spirit of the Flood Dragon was actually flung through the air by a single punch from Gu Fei, slamming into the layer of divine light, protecting the platform. On the other hand, Gu Fei was as still as a mountain. What? Old Man Dugu was shocked. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. The Great Tao was formless. He had actually cultivated to such a level. This was the unique skill of the Lord. The Flood Dragon Soul was severely injured and became faint. The solitary old man also suffered a great impact. He quickly put the Flood Dragon Soul back into the Flood Dragon Pearl. What? You still want to fight? Gu Fei said. I'm not fighting anymore. Old Man Dugu shook his head. What was the point of fighting? The other party was a saint venerate, and he was just a saint ruler. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Since you don't want to fight anymore, let's borrow the teleportation platform then. Gu Fei spoke. After playing for so long, these people should know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Teleportation platform? Old Man Dugu was filled with disbelief when he heard this. This mysterious young man broke apart the grand formation of Skyfrost City and even fought with him. His purpose was actually just to borrow the teleportation platform? The experts of Skyfrost City outside the platform were all taken aback. Could it be that he is just a passerby? Someone speculated. At this moment, the layer of divine light enveloping the platform dissipated. Dao friend, please follow me. The dispirited old man Dugu Shang spoke as he soared up into the air, flying towards the direction of the City Lord Manor of Skyfrost City. Gu Fei immediately took a step forward and chased after the solitary old man, these two fellows. When the spectators saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the direction of the old man. However, to their shock, they discovered that the old man had already disappeared without them knowing when. The experts of Skyfrost City didn't say anything and swiftly left the training ground. At this moment, Dugu Shang brought Gu Fei and directly entered a courtyard behind the City Lord Manor. In the center of that courtyard, there was a 3-zhang tall teleportation platform. Old Man Dugu entered the City Lord Manor with ease. Initially, there were people who wanted to block him, but when they saw that the person who entered was Old Man Dugu, they immediately retreated. May I ask, where does Dao friend intend to go? Old Man Dugu asked Gu Fei. The Zhao clan of Snow region. Gu Fei calmly replied. Could it be that you are someone from the Zhao clan? Old Man Dugu was greatly shocked when he heard this. His gaze when he stared at Gu Fei grew even more cautious. Do I look like someone from the Zhao clan of the Desolate era? Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile. I don't think so. In the Zhao clan of the Desolate era, there aren't any sacred kings. Old Man Dugu said after some thought. Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly walked onto the teleportation platform. This was an ancient teleportation platform, and its surface was covered with traces of time. At this moment, Old Man Dugu had already told Gu Fei the location of a city near the Zhao clan of Snow region. In Skyfrost City, no one knew where to teleport to the Zhao clan of Snow region. Those who could use the teleportation platform to enter the Zhao clan of Snow region were all core members of the Zhao clan of Snow region. It was impossible for outsiders to know where to teleport to the Zhao clan of Snow region. Gu Fei directly drew the teleportation location of the city near the Zhao clan of Snow region in the void. Buzz. The teleportation platform was activated. Runes emerged from it and interweaved into a formation diagram. This was the void teleportation formation diagram. A wave of energy immediately enveloped the entire teleportation platform. Then, a void door appeared on the teleportation platform. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly walked into the void door and disappeared inside. Then, the runes that appeared on the teleportation platform gradually disappeared, and the ancient teleportation platform finally quieted down. Old Man Dugu heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious black-robed young man had given him too much pressure. Now that he was gone, he could finally relax. Old Man Dugu wasn't the only one who was relieved. Even the other big shots in Skyfrost City were relieved. Some of them could already tell that this mysterious and powerful passerby might be a holy sage. Such an existence was comparable to the City Lord of Skyfrost City. If this person really had any designs on Skyfrost City, no one would be a match for him. Just as the people of Skyfrost City were rejoicing, Gu Fei had already arrived at a city near the Zhao clan of Snow region. He walked down the teleportation platform. At this moment, the teleportation platform was surrounded by people. Everyone was staring at Gu Fei nervously. Some of them were even holding ritual implements in their hands. What's going on? Chapter 27:14. In a city 1,000 miles away from the Zhao clan of Shuiyu, the atmosphere in the city was extremely tense because an uninvited guest had arrived. Who are you? Where are you from? A black-bearded middle-aged man wearing heavy armor walked out and asked Gu Fei. This middle-aged man was a saint, which surprised Gu Fei. Why should I tell you? Gu Fei smiled. Even though this man was extremely powerful, Gu Fei didn't think much of him. However, this city was protected by a saint-level warrior, which meant that it was not an ordinary city. There is only one result for an outsider who trespasses into my city: death. The general glared at Yi Futyin and said murderously. He looked like he was going to attack Yi Futyin at any moment. Tianlang City was a medium-sized city under the control of the Zhao family of the Shui region. Even though it was a medium-sized city, there were still many living creatures in it. However, it was only a mid-sized city, but it was guarded by a saint-level cultivator. This in itself showed that the Zhao family of the Shuiyu valued this city a lot. This is serious city, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Get the people from the Zhao clan to see me. He was very direct, asking to see the people from the Zhao clan. This surprised and shocked the surrounding cultivators. No one dared to do this. How arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask the Zhao clan to see you? Someone said disdainfully. That's right. Who do you think you are? Someone else agreed. However, some people were very calm because they realized that they couldn't see through this young man in black who had suddenly appeared on the teleportation formation. Gu Fei snorted coldly and grabbed the man with his right hand. The cultivator, who was still looking at Gu Fei with disdain, suddenly felt his body tighten. He flew towards Gu Fei's right hand. What? The man was shocked. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the powerful suction force that enveloped him. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei had already grabbed the neck of the expert who was flying towards him and lifted him up. What do you want? When the middle-aged general saw this, he could not help but be shocked and furious. He had never thought that the other party would actually dare to attack in Heavenly Wolf City. Hurry up and let him go. Do you know that you are making an enemy out of the entire Heavenly Wolf City? A green-robed youth walked out and pointed at Gu Fei. This youth had 9 divine rings around him, and his body was enveloped by the aura of the great Tao. Another saint. Gu Fei looked at the green-robed youth, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could there be so many saint-level creatures in Tianlang City? He felt a little strange. So what if I want to become enemies with the entire heavenly wolf city? Gu Fei said coldly. He glanced at the experts around him. Apart from the 2 saints, there were no other saints among them. However, Gu Fei sensed the auras of saints in a few other places in Tianlang City. Although the auras in these places were very obscure, it was impossible for them to escape Gu Fei's senses. You're looking to die. A similarly armored expert pointed the spear in his hand at Gu Fei and shouted. A phantom of a strange beast appeared on this expert's body. This person was not a real human, but a beast that had cultivated into a human form. The fiendish aura on his body condensed into the image of a strange beast. Gotcha! Gu Fei exerted force in his hand, and the expert's neck was immediately snapped. His head drooped, and his expression of shock froze on his face. He had never thought that this person would actually dare to kill him. It should be pointed out that with 2 saints present, who would dare to kill him? However, this black-robed youth really dared to do so, and this made everyone stunned. This was especially the case for the middle-aged warrior clad in heavy armor. He was even more furious. This person didn't place him in his eyes at all. This was truly preposterous. Kill. The young man in the form of a strange beast raised the divine spear in his hand and directly pierced towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Gu Fei's body did not emit any aura. No one knew how strong he was, not even the 2 saints present. Everyone felt that this black-robed youth who had suddenly appeared on the teleportation formation platform was unfathomable and unfathomable. Gu Fei smiled, then stretched out his right hand and gently pinched the tip of the spear with his thumb and index finger. The young man in the form of a strange beast used all his strength, but he could not retract the divine spear in his hand, let alone pierce it. Roar! The young man furiously roared as he exerted his strength. However, just as he exerted his strength, Gu Fei suddenly loosened his grip. This caught the young man by surprise, causing him to tumble backwards. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this guy, someone shouted. Then, countless treasures were thrown towards Gu Fei. Powerful waves of energy rippled through the air, alarming all the cultivators in Tianlang City. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Countless cultivators looked towards the direction of the teleportation formation platform in the city. A few extremely powerful divine consciousnesses rushed out from all over the city and scanned the teleportation formation platform. Someone wanted to know what was going on as soon as possible. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei merely raised his hand, and all the treasures that were flying towards him were all blown away. Most of the treasures shattered in the air. Only a few treasures were lucky enough to survive. However, these treasures were covered in cracks and could shatter at any time, turning into scrap metal. The treasures that did not shatter on the spot were heavily damaged. The runes within them were on the verge of collapsing. Even if they could be repaired, their power would be greatly reduced. The owners of the treasures naturally suffered a great impact when the treasures were destroyed. Some of them turned pale and stumbled backwards. Some even spat out a mouthful of blood, looking exhausted. Only the 2 sages did not make a move just now, so they did not suffer any impact. This guy. Since when did such an expert appear in the northern snowy region? Why didn't we know about it? The 2 sages were extremely shocked. One should know that there were 7 or 8 quasi-sages among those who made a move just now. Some of them even used sage weapons. Even they would have to retreat if they were to receive such an attack. However, the other party easily shattered all the treasures with a single move. Even sage weapons could not withstand a single blow from this person. Chapter 27:15. All the strong cultivators in Celestial Wolf City were alarmed. Some extremely strong cultivators had sensed Gu Fei's presence. What's going on? Why did someone break into Celestial Wolf City? Someone asked. The teleportation portal was an important place in Celestial Wolf City and was guarded by powerful cultivators. Those who used the teleportation portal to enter Celestial Wolf City were not necessarily allies of the Zhao clan. Therefore, the teleportation portal had to be guarded by strong cultivators. However, Gu Fei's arrival made the strong cultivators guarding the teleportation portal extremely nervous. Some of them even wanted to kill Gu Fei. Unfortunately, they had offended someone they could not afford to offend. "Who the hell are you?" asked the middle-aged man coldly, staring at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's fighting ability was too strong. He had easily destroyed the combined attack of all the strong cultivators. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, only the leader of Celestial Wolf City could have such fighting ability. Could this mysterious young man be like the leader of the city? The middle-aged man was extremely shocked. The other saint was also extremely shocked. They could not tell how strong Gu Fei was. This was enough to prove that they were no match for him. As saints, they knew their own limits. It should be known that all living beings who could cultivate to the saint level were all extremely talented. These people didn't even have the slightest bit of talent in their eyes. "You don't need to know who I am. I want to see someone from the Zhao clan," said Gu Fei. "The Zhao clan is not someone you can see just because you want to," someone said disdainfully. "What did you say?" Gu Fei extended his right hand. The person flew towards him and was caught in his hand. "How dare you? My cousin is from the Zhao clan. If you kill me, you will die with me." Even though the person was caught by Gu Fei, he still looked at Gu Fei with disdain. The Zhao clan was one of the two giants of the northern snowy region. Nobody dared to touch the members of the Zhao clan from the Shuiyu region. Even the relatives of the Zhao clan from the Shuiyu region were arrogant, and nobody dared to provoke them. "Really?" Gu Fei smiled. "Don't kill him." At this time, the middle-aged general hurriedly shouted. If this guy died, he would be in big trouble. This was really preposterous. Why was this guy here? That person was a young man dressed in embroidered robes. He was a playboy from Tianlang City, a relative of the Zhao family of the Shuiyu region. Speaking of Xiong Tian, everyone in Tianlang City knew who he was. This person relied on the fact that his cousin was a rising star in the Zhao family to act like a tyrant in Tianlang City. Even those in power in the city were unwilling to provoke this fellow, turning a blind eye to his actions. However, today was different. Gu Fei had come to settle scores with the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. The Zhao clan had dared to kill Zhao Zairu. How could they do that? There were only a few disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect who had survived. How could Gu Fei let those disciples who had survived be bullied? Haha, do you think this guy dares to kill me? Even though Xiong Tian was in Gu Fei's hands, he was used to being arrogant. He didn't care about Gu Fei, this outsider, at all. This outsider wouldn't dare to do anything to him. This playboy is courting death. The middle-aged General Xiong Lingtian was extremely anxious. However, he could only worry and do nothing. This Xiong Tian was really tired of living. Crack. At this time, the sound of bones breaking was suddenly heard. "Don't!" shouted another saint. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. This guy really dared to kill him. Xiong Tian's head was already crooked and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Xiong Tian, this playboy, would never have thought that this guy would really dare to kill him. It was a pity that this guy who had been acting like a tyrant in Tianlang City was now dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person Gu Fei had killed was not an ordinary person. He was a relative of the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. Killing Xiong Tian was equivalent to offending the Zhao clan. All right, I don't want to waste any more time. Is there anyone from the Zhao clan in the city? Are they all cowards? Gu Fei casually threw Xiong Tian's body to the side and clapped his hands. He didn't care. Since this guy wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It seemed like this guy had offended the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. He had actually dared to kill a relative of the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region. He simply didn't care about the Zhao clan. Just as Gu Fei was scanning the crowd, a cold snort rang out from the governor's palace. Then, a gigantic silhouette of a heavenly wolf appeared in the sky above the governor's palace. Tianlang City. No wonder it's called Tianlang City. There's a heavenly wolf in this city. Gu Fei mumbled to himself as he stared at the silhouette in the sky. An incomparably strong aura spread out from the silhouette of the heavenly wolf. The entire Tianlang city was shaking. The terrifying aura shook the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Taoist friend, you're going a little overboard. A voice rang out from the sky. At this moment, the silhouette of the heavenly wolf disappeared and a figure appeared in the sky. Who are you? I want to see someone from the Zhao clan from Shuiyu region, not a beast. Gu Fei stared at the figure in the sky and said calmly, What? When everyone in the surroundings heard Gu Fei speaking to that man in such a manner, they were shocked beyond words. That was the true ruler of the Sky Wolf City. Humph, I've never seen such an arrogant person before. The figure in the sky moved. With a single step, he appeared in front of Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei to jump in fright. You're not from the Zhao clan. Scram. Gu Fei said to the figure. You're the one who should scram. The heavenly wolf attacked Gu Fei directly. It stretched out its hand and covered the entire sky, grabbing towards Gu Fei. Rumble. Under the envelopment of that sharp claw, the entire void was shaking, collapsing, and then being annihilated. You're courting death. Gu Fei pushed his palm upwards, and the sharp claw that came crashing down from the sky immediately dissipated in the void. The incomparably powerful heavenly wolf was also sent flying. The heavenly wolf was startled to the extreme. To think that this human could send it flying. Could this human be an elite amongst the Saint Lords? As for everyone else, they were long dumbfounded as they looked at this scene in disbelief.